That's how crazy chess can be at times. And on both three, we have Daniel Colomani, who has 2 points out of three, playing against Joe Wawo. And on both four, we have Gerald Dix playing against our youth player Archie Deye. On both five, we have Harold Evans with 2 points playing against Ivan Mayon, who stole a point yesterday from Kennedy Kengo. Uh, that was one of the upsets of the tournament so far. On both six, we have Elijah Sarr against Jamal Dawson. For seven, we have James Bidder playing white against Jacob Jala. And on board eight, we have Prince Kape, another new player in our junior category who has been playing some amazing chess. He's battling today against Miller Mo, a semi-experienced player and a bit of a hotline. And on board nine, we have Kennedy Kengo against Prince Jabade. For 10, Moyu Jongwe against Jerry Smith. And on board 11, Lane Brown against Ibrahim Kaloko. And finally, on board 12, we have Wishma Yagba playing Georgina Saki, who has just joined the tournament at round four because the match in the women edition of this championship has been postponed due to academic engagement of her counterpart. Her opponent, Abigail Kaya, is not available until after school exam, which will be at least a week from now. So Georgina opted to play in this open session as we are battling for rating, and also she could possibly win this tournament because it's just 3 rounds that she missed, and people have games to lose. So we want to see what happens. So these are the standings, and we will start to go through some of the games. Um, right now we have two games now concluded, but our marquee match of today is the one. So I guess we start taking a look at some of the moves in this game. Sorry, let me try to get this in better view. Okay, this view should be okay for now. Well, this is the game that a lot of people are looking forward to seeing today. Let me tell something here. Okay, so we have James Tono playing white against Bobby Bala, and this game has a bit of history to it. But first, let's look at the few moves that have been played so far. And okay, James started with E4, and Bobby going back to his Alican structure starts with knight f6. And just as expected, James for the Alican by extending the pawn to e5. The natural move from the Alican, yeah, knight go to d5, and then knight to c3, e6, knight to d5, knight to e4. Yeah, this one it might be a popular opening, but it's not something I'm too familiar with. I wouldn't play like this, moving the knight twice. Maybe it's something black should be doing because going with the Alican, you deploy your knights quickly and encourage the opponent to push as many central points as possible. Then you start to honor man. Then once you have your pieces out of the way. But perhaps James was expecting this, so he decided to play something he has studied or prepared. But I am not familiar with it. I won't pretend to be a better player than these two champions. So let's just watch and see. Knight to d4. E4 is other man rep. And then d6, d4, bishop e7, early pusher, c4. Then now has not so much option set to go back on the square that is supposed to go to in this opening, the d6 square. Another early pusher for queen. These moves are a bit unusual to me. If he didn't study and plan this, he could be playing with fire yet because, well, as I said, there's a bit of history between these two players. They developed a different timeline in their very young chess career. James Dono has been ahead of Bobby Bala because he learned chess earlier, but James became champion. Bobby caught up and won championship two times in a row. And during the course of those 2 years when he was dominating chess in Liberia, James was one of those who struggled against Bobby Bala, even though Bobby used to be considered a junior player to James. So if you check the head-to-head record, there's a lot that James has to prove because the score may not be favorable for James. So another unusual move. If there's not an error in the transmission, then these two players are really deep into preparation because as sound as it may be, king to f8 is not something that you just play in the opening when there is no particular pressure. Yes, I understand the options are limited. What can you do to protect the g7 pawn? But you have to consider everything else before playing a move like king to f8 because king to f8 is like no turning back. You have defined the structure of the game. Uh, there is no castling. The rook needs unconventional path to development. The pieces on the queen side have to get out as quickly as possible because you have early attack that may be coming on the king side, and there are few pieces there that can provide any defensive support. So, but Bobby is two-time champion, so he must know what he's doing. He ignored what's the last move? Okay, bishop to e3. He ignored whatever that is, and maybe in response to it, who knows? He plays d5. All right, so go through this quickly. Then now drop back. It's a tray of knight, and then a bit of clarification in the position. You have to develop the knight here. Okay, he remains there in castle. That's good. You cannot be the one initiating the exchange here if you are black because your point is now seated just at the edge of the front where you have a very active rook. Oh, he defied that that principle and the rook came out, not the bishop or the queen, forcing the move. Uh, Queen to c7 means you have to dock your king as white to b1, and he did just that. James is playing here like he has something to prove. So far, I think the game looks okay from the perspective of white initiatives all over the board, and the fact that black king is seated on an uncomfortable square means there's at least a tempo for white, depending on how things pan out. Okay, you attack my rook, I have to move it, but where to? I would think that he's going to drop the rook back, but no, there's a pawn that is hanging, and even taking the rook to d4 as it did, the pawn is still unprotected because it's attacked twice, once by the knight and again by the queen. So Let's see what happened here. Is this the live position? Yes. Rook to e4 is the current position at move 15. At this point, it's difficult to tell what really is happening on this board because unless I check the databases, the game looks new to me. I don't think I've come across a structure like this in chess. There are several ideas here from the side of black. One, you have to complete development at all costs. Capturing the pawn on e5, and that shows a priority right now because black has weaknesses. The rook on a8 is a weakness. The rook on h8 is a weakness because there's no castling now. You have to get the pieces out of the background manually. The bishop on c8 is doing nothing, not different from the rooks that are stuck in the corner. But at least the bishop has a square it can move to. And indirectly is keeping eye on the queen that is on g4. Other than that, nothing we can say about this bishop. Uh, the bishop that is on e7, what is it doing? So basically, black pieces are stuck on the back when white has space and time to do whatever he wants to do. And the two bishops are active. So far, one of the weaknesses I see in white structure, uh, you can get a rook into the game anytime. Is the fact that you have your point just indirectly pointing to a bishop, which is something to keep an eye on. Other than that, the loss of this pawn is nothing to cry about because you can easily grab your queen back and then the knight. At any time this black king sit there on f8 is going to come under severe pressure. And black move 15 must be a game defining move. It has to be a game defining move. That's why players stick to their repertoire in the opening for as long as possible, unless something extremely urgent happens before they deviate and play something else. So if anyone walks into the room right now and had to make a decision on which color to play, you could easily take white. So that is not to say white is winning this game. It's just about the space, the flexibility, and the fact that white has relative king safety. So so far, James Tono has played this game well, and let's see if he's able to maintain the tempo. So we'll move on to other games quickly. Let me see if we have.
How are you? So this is that room.
On live broadcast.
Huh?
Broadcasting live. If you want to discuss the game, then
Studio.
you can join the conversation. So while Bobby is trying to find his move 15, which might define this game and possibly this championship, we can move on to other games and see what is happening. Let's see our vice president who is biting more than he can chew so far. He he got a miraculous win against the FIDE master, only FIDE master in the country, Jacob Jala. That's a game we want to take a look at later on today once we are doing a recap of the tournament. But let's see how far he has managed to take this game. So VP Dekwa, who is rated going into this tournament, is playing against our national champion, uh, who has a rating of 1897. Clearly, he's underrated because he's way better than this. So VP Dekwa starts with E4, E5 from our champion, now FTD, now F6. This is unusual territory for our vice president. We are familiar with our usual Kiko Piano or Rulo Pair and all that, but I'm not sure our VP is able to handle this Russian defense or the Petrov. And this is a game that looks easy on at first sight, but if you just mismanage tempo or the placement of a piece, it can lead to an early win for black or for either side. So, okay, play safe and just easily defend the central pawn. No need to complicate any matter. And by playing this D3, you clear all the path for your bishop to possibly pin the knight on G4, G5, and you can play a simple bishop to E2, and then you castle quickly. So maybe the VP doesn't want to complicate life playing against the champion in the upper room on board two. It comes with a lot of intimidation, so he has to just play white like he's playing black. So let's see what happens. Yeah, the champion continued with knight f6. VP as predicted play his simple and calm bishop to e2. We all know what's coming next. Castle shot, bishop to c5, castle shot as promised, yes. And then I would expect him to play bishop to e3 here. No, he plays c3. The champion is now trying to ramp up the pressure. He say, well, this is not a day for diplomacy. He has to get aggressive quickly because in this tournament you don't want to take chances against lowly rated opponent, especially one who is a dark horse like the VP without a rating. So there's no way to evaluate his actual playing strength. So, and our champion lost yesterday in a dramatic fashion when everyone thought that there was a defensive maneuver in that King Rook, uh, 2 points versus King and Rook ending, and the champion blew it against James Stormer. So today is redemption day. So we understand why he's playing so aggressively and trying to take the initiative as early as possible. So with Bishop to G4, he's trying to say yes. Well, I'm the champ, regardless of what the school said yesterday. VP said, okay, how long will the Bishop remain here? Are we trading on FTD or not? And he said no. He takes the Bishop back to F5 wanting to maintain the pressure. But I don't think there's anything to worry about there from the perspective of the vice president, unless he has something special that he does with his light squared bishop. He has nothing to worry about. If there's a trade on FTD, oh, it'll be a bishop for knight. It's no problem. If he moves the knight and even go knight G5, if there's something like that in his plan, he still got nothing to worry about if there's a trade on E2 because the bishop on E2 is doing nothing. It hasn't gone anywhere. It's even a good candidate for a trade. All right, you can finish. Okay. So I think we are doing post-mortem now because the champion just walked in the room. It means that our game is finished on book two. So let's see how it went, and hopefully we can get a word or two from him. So uh, knight B to D2. Why not B D2? I wouldn't be in a hurry to play knight B D2. I will want to exchange things off quickly in this position because let's say you you could be gambling a pawn here but trying to force a trade. The fact that the king is still stuck in the center, you have castle. I will consider a move like d4, d4 because after ed, cd, you have to decide what is it we're doing. Are we trading on ft or are we continuing the trade on d4? Which will mean the e file will be open and my rook can come here at any time with a tempo. And more importantly, the useless bishop on e2 will be gone for perhaps a more valuable less square bishop. And you can now safely get your knight into position. You can still play knight to d2, followed by knight to b3, or try to even push for initiative by trading off the bishop. This is why you should do as a lower rated player playing against the champion on board two. You try to get the pieces off the board as quickly as possible, especially pieces that are well placed compared to yours that are still stuck in the back. So I will be thinking of move like trading all over the place instead of playing that BD2. So we'll have to find out from the VP what was the thinking behind this move at BD2. Maybe he saw it in a book and the rotation looks nice whenever you see not BD2, not BD7. But we'll ask the VP in due course. So, and the champion continue. Uh, H6 is a sign of things to come. It's not a move all by itself that is stopping the knight or the bishop from going potentially on G5. But for me, it's a sign of activities that will soon be happening on the king side of the board. Knowing that white has already docked the king on G1, things are about to go berserk on the side of the board. That's a sign. So it's like any time of civil unrest when you see movement of people in certain area, you know something is about to go down. So if I'm the VP here, I start to trade pieces immediately. I even could be bold to play knight to h2, try to trade off and get as many pieces as possible on the side of the board before these pawns start to come. But let's see what he did. Oh no, he injected another weakness in his structure. So knowing that this side is about to open, perhaps his idea is as you strike on my king, you have to dock your king on the queen side. If you castle long, I need to be ready to storm you with pawn just as you'll be doing to mine. Maybe that's the thinking behind b4. But b4 leaves a weakness on the board, and in the opening, you don't want to start making moves that inject weaknesses in your system unprovoked. So, and then you continue. Okay, ah, the queen side is open, the king is not there. Now you have to deal with battle on the king side when two kings are seated there. So only the strategically gifted player can handle this. And so let's see how our chairman, our VP play this. Okay, certainly that was bound to go to H2, proposing this trade. And the queen is going to play defense somewhere here because you have weaknesses on the queen side. H2 is weak, and A2 is weak, and C3 is also weak. If you allow these pieces to cry on the side of the board, you're going to have to shift material on the queen side, which might be a problem later on when you need them to defend your king on the king side of the board. For now, it's hard to say what is happening. Definitely, the queen needed to shift. C2 can be so easily defended over, and you don't want to have your queen ever playing defense defending pawn. It's like asking uh, the first lady or the vice president of a country to go and do border patrol. I mean, that's belittling an honorable person. So you don't want to see a point defending pawn. That's a sign of defeat. Okay, the champion took a king of the g8 square. Is he about to play rook g8 and start to push g5, g4, g3? Alright, start first. Okay, couple of normal moves here. Then we have oh the troublesome alignment of these rooks on a2. So for now, the queen has to keep playing defense, defending pawn on c3, defending pawn on b5, and defending pawn on a2. What a way to weaken the value of a coin. We have to congratulate the VP for downplaying the role of a coin like this. So he has to at least reduce the liability of the coin. So by playing D and C4 here, it's like the coin can be overloaded like this. Plus, he's probably trying to utilize the long dark diagonal to get towards the opponent king. But I don't see the main plan here from the VP. Is he thinking about knight to g4, followed by knight takes a6, and then let's see this the knight to g4, knight to a6. Maybe that's a tactic. If you take with the pawn, then we get our knight back. Yeah, that could be his plan, but we will certainly hear from him. The champion ignored that and again went for another weakness, which was created by pushing c4. So the pawn on g3 now is a new target. The queen again has the move. Again is attack. Who do you have to keep watch? You just need to take that with the bishop now. Good. You can't keep dressing back in the boxing match. You need to throw some punches. Why not? Why stopping an immediate e5 in this position? E5 will make the game to me interesting and exciting because you break open a file, you have the chance to double on a file first. But let's see. So E5, what was the plan? E5 was a nice move that the VP makes because he has covered some of the weaknesses. Yet this will force the knight to commit to move. Attack the rook. Oh, point e6. Oh yeah, he has to move the rook. Okay, yes. Perhaps that's why he didn't play. So he played his okay, he played his knight first, and the rook is in a corner which doesn't seem okay. So by playing the queen of the second rank, he has abandoned the a2 pawn. Is this a trap? G4. Okay, let's say you take. No, you capture it first. Take, take. Then G4 is too risky. Leaving. Hmm. Wow. Oh, okay. Yeah, from the back. All right. So, but even this will be a problem too. Yeah, because of the double attack on the h6 pawn. All right. So perhaps that's why he could afford to relinquish the defense of the a2 pawn. But yeah, for me, honor defending materials is always a risk because if you forget, then one move they come out and hunt you. All right. Now that this is played, he came back and defended. Oh, we have to do something now. You have queen to f6, threatening the rook on a1, but the rook is at least keeping eye on the a2 pawn. So, and the knight here is not thinking about leaving anytime soon because that's why it's always not a good thing to play with many weaknesses on the board. Now he forced to give away a pawn. And you have to vacate squares that you really want to control. Why not take the okay? There's no way the rook can leave. So this is how not to play chess. Remember that book by Eugene Podolsky? Oh, walk into check? Is that the only option? Okay, otherwise you drop a rook immediately. But instead you drop a rook. Of course, this game was no. There's no coming back from this. This game is done. Well, the VP kept pushing for a few more moves, and at move 42, that was the end of this match. Well, we have yeah, Israel. Are you still with us? Have you been following these games? Or which game has caught your attention so far? Okay, decentralization is important. We get that. I guess Israel is still waking up or still watching other games. So let me see if I can switch to other games that can play now. So we see on board three, Joe Wawa versus Daniel Colomani, and on board one, we have this game between the former national champion Bobby Bala and the former national champion James Tolo. We left it at move 15, where Bobby needed to play a move that will develop the pieces, not drop material, not that will not follow compromise the safety of his king. So we need to keep an eye on that game. So let's see if we can check that or was uh are you there, Israel? Which game have you been following? What's your game of interest so far?
I was looking at Lua game, how he won it, and then
Oh yeah,
listening to
Leroy
his,
game
yeah.
was quiet. That was a quiet win. Yeah, against a chess administrator, you don't win in that case. It's a lose lose. You win, people say, "Oh, we expected you to win." You lose, say, "Oh man, boy, it's just pathetic that you lose to an administrator who is not playing actively." So, these are uh, fixtures you just want to get passed by in the tournament. uh, not to get into any situation. Just get it off quickly, relax for the next round. So the champion has bounced back from the horrible loss yesterday.
Yeah, it was painful. Work and game can
Yeah,
be.
painful loss. Yeah, and he found the draw structure and then just made a mistake with the lateral defense. It's all about defending and knowing when to go, when to stay. We'll review that game some point today. But let's see what happened in our bowl. We see that uh, Jacob Jala is in the tough battle against the experienced James Vidal, even though Jacob is an FM, but he has been struggling of late. He lost surprisingly yesterday to the vice president in round two, and then in round three, I think he got a draw. No, no, he won, so he's on 2 points, and we expect him to bounce back today. But playing again, oh no, he's on 1.5 point. So he drew after his loss yesterday. So the two rounds yesterday, Jacob got just half a point. After round one win, round two he lost, round three he drew. So we expect a bounce back today from our FM. So far, playing against James Peter, it's not an easy game because James Peter
I
may
think
not be
James Peter is
sharp,
up
but
a point.
he has experience. So let me see if I can find that game quickly, and then we
They're in the
take a
end
look
game right
at
now.
in the end game. Jacob versus James Peter. Let me find
James Peter is up a point, but it's a backwards point though.
it. Oh, and Jacob came in late, so and don't forget James Peter is our current uh, senior
Senior.
champion. Yeah, let me see if we can pull this up.
Yeah, I think 2 5. Yeah, 5. Yeah, from the bottom.
Hmm. Well, so for this game, we let's see how they play. Uh, Jacob playing black James Peter starts with his traditional E4. You know, Liberia is an E4 country. King Kong opening we play. Other openings we just started to experiment with them. We play classical system here when the
It's like
likes of
okay.
Fisher, Kapov,
Uh,
Kovinik were dominating
Nothing
war
is open
chess.
to it.
E4, E5 was the order of the day before the advent of computer. So E4,
We probably don't.
ah, C5 is not so often you see Jacob playing Sicilian. So this must be something prepare at home specifically for James Peter. Let me take this into full screen so we get to see everything clearly.
I think I like C4.
Yeah, but I already see Jacob play Sicilian. So bishop to c4, na c6, na f3, e6, d4, Oh, early check. This is a different system of Sicilian than I'm used to. Oh, champ, which version of Sicilian is this, if you know it? I play the Sicilian regularly, but I'm not familiar with this. An early queen if check. What does this achieve? You could just be assisting your opponent in developing the bishop quickly. No, no, with a nod off, you arrange the pieces differently, and then you go with pawn to a6,
The
or
guy
with a
said
queen to
he
a5
was booked
check.
the entire Saturday, so I booked for Monday. Even today is fully booked.
Let's see. Okay, I have to get here when you're ready to come back on. You just let me know because we're getting audio from you. Israel Sambula. So we go back to this game. I'm still perplexed about why the FM is playing an early queen a6 check. First of all, experienced players don't check whenever they see check. It has to be in the plan. So maybe there's something he's cooking here. I suspect it. The ball of attack. Oh, why assist your opponent in development like this? This check invites the bishop to come and sit on d2. You have to move the coin. Is he trying to provoke b3? Ah, no, he doesn't necessarily need to move the pawn. Just move the bishop, and now white can castle safely with queen. Oh, now the queen is off the board. And when you are playing a lower rated player, you don't want to be the one exchanging the heavy pieces early unless you already have a path to win. For me, that's a general principle. Oh, okay. No, the FN is playing this game too unconventionally. Is he showing James Peter too much respect or disrespect? I don't know which one to point out here. James playing white, he has castle to move 14. His pieces are out. He has space. The rooks are connected. But see, black, the FM is yet to do any of this. And James is taking the game to the FM. Early F4, it means that you have no problem for now. You need to start initiating things. Okay. Bishop to B7. Yeah, bishop to B7. And what do we do? Protect the pawn or push it through? Ah, no, I will push this pawn because you don't want liability here and you want to have a chance to trade things off now that you have space. So what's wrong with e5? E5 invites f5, which is really not a problem because you have space, the rook can align anywhere, you can decide on where your pawn breaks will happen. And I think at this point, James with the was not so accurate here because well, there's something he saw that I'm not seeing. Bishop d7, he dropped to d3, knight to e7. Is he about to castle now? Oh, he castle long. Okay, all right. Well, it's difficult to follow this game now because the castle can be broken into easily. First of all, the c5 is half open and could be open soon. Any time from now, white can push C5, rook A C1, yeah, followed by rook to F2 to C2, and you have problem on the C5. Plus, you have the bishops can be rearranged in many different ways to create problem for this castle that is not really a castle. Alternatively, you could leave this rook on A1 and just push A4, A5, and try to trade pawns off to create an open A5. So this is too risky for the F1. That is he planning. Aha, just as expected, A4 from the experienced James Bider. Knife 6, knight C6, rather, attack the bishop. They drag the bishop back to F2. No, he chose another path. He doesn't want the knight to come in any further. Then the FN had to shut down because if he doesn't play A5 here, James Peter was going to play A5, and that would be a problem for that castle. Even at that, weaknesses have been created so far. The pawn on B6 must be continuously protected by a piece. Meanwhile, it can be easily undermined by C5. C5 undermine this B6 pawn, which means the A5 pawn too will be weak. What else? Knight can drop back to D2, and white can be encouraged to play B4 after putting rook F on B1. So far, it's hard to discuss what black is going to do to white on the king side, but you can see too many entry points and a lot of tactical ideas to break into the structure of black in this long castle. So you don't just castle long because you want to deploy a rook. It has to be part of your plan, and you must see all of the follow-ups. So okay, he proposes the trade of the knight, and black happily obliges. Again, he wants to free up some space, but now I expect the rooks to come on this file. The A, B, C file should be on attacked by the rooks. Good. No, he chose the D file. Why? Because the two mounting pieces are hanging, and once that place is open, it's going to be difficult to defend it. I still think you need the rooks on A, B file. Oh no, you have to avoid the trade and push the pawn here to C5. Well, he took the trade. Finally, push the pawn. First, we have to trade the left square bishop here. Trade the left square bishop. No, James Vidal 245 has a pawn to capture here. So finally, take the pawn. Yeah, the FN is struggling in this game, as we can see, and our new the crown senior chess champion is playing like he wants to defend his title. So it still looks like a draw because there's no clear path to win. You can create the 2-1 majority on the queen side can lead to a pass pawn in the future, but a lone pawn is not a guarantee win in modern chess. So we all saw that yesterday. Even with two pawns, James Tono struggled to get a win against champion Leo Deble. Leo had to make some mistakes in order for James to win that game. So all you do here, uh, protect your bishop. I will consider playing bishop to e5, protect it with e6, protect it with f5, and try to align your pawns on maybe switch diagonal with the pawn chain. Right, there's a theoretical debate on where to place your pawn if you are playing against a bishop or someone to overcrowd the ball by taking space away from the bishop. Others who want to stop the bishop from eyeing the pawn. So who knows which of these two approaches Pastor Peter is going to play for in this game. So yes, he played his bishop on e6, protected it, definitely protected with f5. And the Fn is trying to honor the idea we were just discussing, the idea of building a pawn chain starting with h3, h3, g4, f5. So you could play h3 right now before even attacking the bishop, if you like. Yes, h3. So let's see if we can put it on cam. Yes, h3. No, he didn't play h3. That's a mistake. Play h3 now. That will stop bishop from going to g4 before you attack. Okay, perhaps he wants to play king c1 check, then rook c4, which will also clear everything on the full frame. So let's see what the idea is. Oh, okay. The idea is to give a pawn and get back. And the FSL though he sacrificed a rook for a bishop and extra pawn. Yes, this is what uh, Jacob is noted for doing once he's informed. He gives uh, major pieces for minor pieces to get pawn in position. So let's see if it doesn't backfire. Oh, and he got the second pawn. So now he's a pawn up, but he's playing with an exchange down. Oh, now we will have a pawn raised on the a file versus a pawn racing down the bow on the h file. So this is the current position, and they are at move 40. So Jacob Jara has 30 minutes to make just one more move, and then he will have his extra time. And Pastor Vida, meanwhile, still has an hour to play. And that will be a factor in this game at some point. For now, it isn't because they are playing with 30-second increment from move one. So we do not expect it to be a problem right now, but it is going to be a problem anytime soon. So, an interesting game. You let go the point advantage and switch to an exchange advantage. Well, the FN says we can have a pawn. I will quickly take my, my pawn down the board escorted by the king. So right now, Pastor Video does not have to take the pawn because he has two pawns. He needs to get away to place his king in the corner and cut off this pawn that will be marching. So the king is slow, the rook is fast. So now you are down two pawns, but don't panic because these two pawns can. Oh no, he captured the pawn. You do not capture the pawn like this, even though you have check to build you out. But your opponent is going to defend this pawn and try to start pushing this pawn down the board. So you have one, two, three, four to point. Five, the move of the bishop protecting the pawn, just as expected. So in the end game, experience in chess play is beginning to show. The FN is now trying to utilize mana resources to turn this game around. As much as I respect the rook, I really do like black in this case. So no, you don't. You don't do that. You don't do that. You don't do that. The king needs to start going here. It doesn't matter how many pawns you take. The king must start to go. Well, there's method to madness. Is it? Uh-huh. This is what we are afraid of. There's method to madness. You have to stay in touch with this piece. You don't want a situation in which the pawn is on a3, the bishop drops on a4, and now you cannot cut it off from the back. You might be forced to cut off from the front, and the king will come and harass. Well, Pastor Peter is playing with fire now. He is playing with fire. Jacob is too experienced to take chances on. Because if you are thinking about frontal defense of the square, you have to be aware of a2, bishop b1, which means you cannot catch the pawn. If you're thinking of the backward defense of the a1 square, you got to be aware of bishop to a4. If you can, you cannot figure these things out, you definitely will lose this game in style. So if he does it now, it will be a problem. So assuming bishop goes to a4 right now, uh, Pastor Peter can play check and then come and talk the king on b1 and keep an eye on a1. Okay, so this is this is going to be sad. If Pastor Peter loses this game, it's going to be sad. That's why you don't focus on eating pawn. You try to get your king there. The king is the best way to solve the problem of a matching pawn, especially when you have another king on the escort. Well, it appears like Jacob is finally going to win this game. So let's see on camera. Let's take a look at the position. Let's see. Let me switch view so we get to see the players. I think I can put the game in solo view right now. From the live feed of our camera, you can tell tension is certainly on the board. Yeah. Okay. 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 There is certainly tension on the board. Tension is on the board. If you don't feed it, I feed it from here. Sorry, we have the back of the clock so we can see the time situation. But looking at the live board a moment ago, Pastor Peter have an hour and 2 minutes, and Jacob has 30 minutes. But right now they are past move 40, so they are getting the. I mean, they are going to get the extra 30 minutes to end the game. So Pastor Peter now needs to decide right now what to do. He check. As you can see, he just checked on b6, and it's still difficult to get in front because he's going to block with the bishop. Bishop is going to come b5, that's it, and the FN knows exactly what to do. He cannot lose this game after sacrificing the exchange to get a couple of pawns and then Pastor Peter misplaying uh, which pawn to take and align the pawn on. You still cannot get it from the front. He's trying to play rook and rook to, let me switch to the view. He played rook to e6 with the hope of coming to e1 and going on a1. But the bishop is still going to come down and provide that cushion Let's switch view here so we see both. That. Let's see. So we'll do. So the pawn moved forward as predicted. The bishop is going to protect from the front. And the idea is not to, oh, he has probably misplayed this because you do not want to trade your pawn for the rook. You want to stop white from capturing the pawn because if there's a tray of material on a1, you will be left with bishop and two pawns, and it's not sufficient to guarantee the win. The pawn on h7 will definitely count on an attack because of the advancement of these two pawns. King will try to creep and sit somewhere here and try to force a trade. So FM Jara he needed to be more careful with this. He needed to be more careful with this. And we all know you don't win game by using your own bishop. So let's take a look at another game where now we have Joao against Daniel Colomani. We'll come back to this. No, but before that, let's see what's happening on the Champions League. We left it at the 15, and we have 15. Okay, we just got a move on this ball. We just got a move on the ball. Jacob Jala versus James Bidel. Oh, James Bidel is now going on the other side of the ball, hoping to. Oh no, this is still a mistake. You have to solve your problem first before you move your king to the other side of the ball. It's still not clear that you can get this pawn off the board. So you need to be careful with a move like bishop c or d3, intending to play b1, bishop to b1. Before bishop to b1, your rook should be on a1. If your rook, let's see the rook. If your rook is not on a1 by then, you lose the possibility of trading your rook for the pawn. So it's a good idea to go on the king side of the board to put pressure on the h7 pawn, but you need to be aware that your rook, and now you can put your rook in advance. That's why you shouldn't have relinquished this position. If you put your rook in advance, it will be attacked immediately. Oh, okay, then you just trade it off. That's why you can do it. If the king attacks, you just trade it off immediately. And yes, he still stands a chance of drawing this game. So this is going to be the second draw in a row for our FM. Well, if you're following, this is round four of the 2024 Liberia National Chess Championship. We are playing this edition in May because it was postponed from November, December last year to early 2025. So we are coming live from our headquarters on 9th Street. Okay, exchanges have already happened on A2. As expected, okay, there's a trade. Now the move that the experienced senior champion play is making sense to all of us. He already calculated that he was going to sacrifice a rook on A2. Therefore, there was no need taking the king or stopping the bishop from coming in. I was concerned about controlling these or key squares on the E5, but now it's all about race to the H5. And Fidel having his king ahead is an advantage because he can cut off the opponent king, but he has to do it in a way that the bishop does not sneak beneath his pawn. Even if the bishop sneak, he got to be close enough to take off this h7 pawn before the bishop captures his pawn from the back. Because in this setup, black needs to be extremely cautious. Okay, as expected, we all are making progress towards the h5. I will cut him off first before playing that video. But video wants to make sure there is full straight on g6 before the king arrives. Yes, I think that's his idea. So even now, if you attack the pawn from the back, he's just going to step in and try to attack your pawn. You eat my, eat yours is a draw. So we stay with this game momentarily because we expect it to be concluded in a draw anytime soon. Okay, and the FN just made a move with his king. Oh, Peter is still pushing pawns. Okay, because you don't want to take the risks of playing g6 and then your opponent has his king close enough to be brave to play h6. That would be disastrous because your king will be harassed and you might lose that Suswan. If you lose, let's just play like this. So we see, assuming he has already committed a move to g5. Uh, let's say yeah, the FN plays king to e6, and you try to play to trade the piece, the pawn immediately. The FN could bravely play h6 with the idea of catching the pawn if you want to push it. And if you don't try to push the pawn, if you try to protect the pawn, there is no going on g5 anymore because the pawn h6 controls that square. So you need to fan around to defend your pawn from the back, and then the FN starts to harass you by playing the king on g. When you play the king on h4, he just sit and wait. You push the pawn, you lose it. If you don't push the pawn, you still lose it. By coming here, you lose the pawn, and whatever you play, you lose the game. So you need to be careful in this position. Let me go to the live structure. You need to be careful. He should not have played pawn to g5 early. He should have gone in with the king. Go in with the king. King should be on g5. G5 with the king shuts the game down. It's a draw. You shake hand and leave. So now you see the hand. See the watch the left hand on the camera of the FN. He's calculating just that. He's calculating how to put his opponent in the Suswan. And that putting you in a position in which you have very limited option I think the FN has seen it. He has seen it. He has seen it that his experienced colleague, older colleague, the senior champion has messed this game up, and there's a chance for a win. And the FN has been around the world playing chess, even though he is not in his best form right now, but he's also a good calculator. So let's see if he finds the move. It should be a king move, not a bishop move. He pushed the pawn h6 already. Perhaps, let me see the live goal. James Bidder already committed. Just while we're discussing is what happening now. So he pushed, he overextended the pawn and the FN play h6. And no, let's leave the analysis move, go to live goal. What I'm seeing on the board, they have already played. G6 is on the board and H6 has been played with the king on E. The black king is on. Is that E6? I'm saying yes. The black king is already on E6. So I think there's a problem here for white. He has managed to lose this game. I think the board is not transmitting right now. I have to go and check. Okay, the transmission is coming in late. Transmission is coming in late. I think there's a bit of delay from the DGT. So I'm saying all these on the board already. So now the bishop needs to come in a position and cut off from the back. Exactly why the F1 is low. FM is squeezing this win out of the opponent who just aired. Uh, that's why in the game, whether you see a win or a draw, take your time and convert. Now the spare are set in. You can see James be there leaning back, and the FN is drinking. That is the sign that the job is over. Well, he's trying to say, well, nice job. You pushed me to the edge, but this is it. And there's no coming back from this. Pawn endings are the foundation of chess. You have to treat them with respect. Yeah, many years ago, Philip Rossetti, pawns are the soul of chess. You respect them, you treat them with caution and dignity. Your life is going to be easier on the chessboard. Always calculate before pushing a pawn. Always, you don't take them back. And that careless g5 push, instead of placing the king on g5, he pushed the pawn on g5 with the hope of trading on h7 was the undoing of James Bidder in this game. So let's go back to our analysis board so we get to see what is happening right now. Uh, James Bidder has already made a fatal error. Come back to the analysis board here. Our moves are coming slower than expected. So let me refresh here and we'll go back to row 7. And refresh, we go back to row 7. Okay, the moves are still coming slowly. We have passed this point because uh, FM has already played h6 and James Bidder is now pondering his move. He's forced to go back and he has to get into round this. He lost the pawn as you can see. Let me switch to the camera view for now. He lost the pawn on h5 and he should be resigning at any point. I need to check on the DGT transmission, the PGM transmission quickly. Tell you guys that disturbing me. Please let it thing not go. Okay, I think we should have of this. The game is done. Now they are discussing. Let's see if we can get a bit of audio from the goal to, I mean, feed in the conversation. That's camera two. Camera two audio is on. Well, nice discussion there. We can hear exactly what they are saying, but I think the FN is telling his opponent that the game was a draw. He shouldn't have overextended the point, and that is the main error in the game, especially in a close game or end game. James Bida is going to be heartbroken by this. Definitely, I will be. So I'm sure he is heartbroken by this. Let's see the final move in the game. This is this is where you want to be really careful. So we'll come back to this for one. Let's go to book seven and just see how things pan out there. Uh, again, the moves they have now updated, but definitely it's black one because I think it was play here and he came. Yeah, has check. He came and defended his pawn, and then the opponent played in his Zuswan. So that's exactly what we were discussing earlier, just before it happened, because the bishop is in town to come and capture. So no matter where you play, yeah, it was a drawn game, but he just misplayed. If you come, this bishop is in town to capture, and nothing you can do to control this pawn. He will capture, and everything will be clear from the board. So this was an easy draw, and the fatal mistake was right here when he played G. Just when you play G5 is a mistake. You don't play G5 here because no one gives you any guarantee that by playing G6 there will be a tray of pawn. No, always consider the possibility the opponent will do something else. And by taking away this G5 square for you just by pushing H6, that was the end of the game. So instead of playing G5, he should have played King G5. King G5, no matter what he does, it's done. If he attacks your pawn, you let it go. He takes your pawn, you take his. The bishop, yeah, he lost the game. So he just one mistake in the end game led to his loss. Well, I think it's about time we go to our market game of the day. We expect that game to go very, very long. So we've been taking our time with it. That's on goal one. So let me try to get us to goal one. Two former champions trying to regain their crown. It's not an easy game, so we we know it's going to keep us here for a long time. So we are taking that game one move at a time. Let me try to get my camera back. So first we, we take a look at that goal right now. Go to camera six and we yeah get a dual view. So as you can see, they are locked in that position for a long time. Again, the clock is not shown on camera, but we do have a view of the ball. Let me see the time condition there. I have to switch to ball one. Okay, as, as expected, Bobby Bala is low on time, 17 minutes, and James Tono has 34 minutes. What is going on? We left it at move 15 when things were getting ugly for Bobby Bala. And yeah, we said he needed a move that would define this game. You know, in chess, there are critical moments in the game. You play many moves just for uh, getting the game going, but there are some areas in the game where you know that this is it. I have to find a move here, or the game is done. If I cannot find a move, I must resign. Or if I find that move, I'm going to win, or it's a draw. You have defining moment, and think here I'm with 15, having played so poorly, but poorly playing King Dogging on F7, F8. All the pieces line up like they are resetting the board for the next game. The rook stuck on H8. Bishop doing particularly nothing, even though he has some nice squares on the line. But what are they doing? No one can say. This bishop, so too much is happening here, and he tried to free one, and James not really protecting that pawn because if you take that pawn, you're going to get into many nasty things. So he's just trying to take advantage of the space he has all over the board. And at this point, we needed a nice move from Bobby Bala. So let's see what he found. He took it. He boldly took it. And yes, now comes multiple pins. We left the game more than 30 minutes ago. So we didn't know, we could not tell what was going to happen. So we are all seeing this live now. I'm not sure. I'm not sure James Stoner took full advantage of all the weaknesses he had over there. The king is still in a precarious situation, black king that is, because uh, it's hard to say how safe the king is sitting on f8. The rook is still doing little to nothing on h8. But we need to check, is this the best way to capitalize on this weakness? Did he consider every possible move? For instance, we have a possibility of playing bishop to f4. Yeah, but I don't see any check for the opponent. If you play bishop to f4, what is there to fear? Wherever you take a knight, it better be check, and there's no check. Because I can even f4, knight f3, or in an attempt to put pressure on your dice square bishop, which is one of only two pieces on the board outside of the queen. That is the flaw. So you have to keep mounting pressure along the diagonal as much as possible. But what is it that we are missing, or I'm missing here? No, I think James don't know. He didn't investigate this properly. He just already neutralized the position, and the knight got a pawn for free. And that should never happen in classical chess. You take a loose point in the middle of the board, you have to live with the regrets. That's how chess is played. So let's see what happened. Now, Bobby is giving up pieces, trying to create space, solving his development problem the old way. If someone lacks development, that should be that person's problem. And the rook is just nice on c5. Good. At some point, you have to stop dropping back. Who protects the bishop that is left on b5? I think this is the life position. Oh, something is wrong. If you took that bishop, you have to be willing to give the point because remember the rook here is not playing. For instance, if you make a mistake and capture, let's just play the MC, you have to live with check. And is this enough compensation? No, not at all. So queen and three pieces versus a rook pair and three minor pieces. I don't think so. This is not enough, especially when you still have problems with development because these things are hanging, the rook can come in again. The point is too centralized to take this risk. So let's hope he didn't do that. So after this, the rook grab, he took. Oh, no, my analysis. Let's go back to live. So Bobby is still thinking. Again, he puts himself in difficult position that force him to find the best move. And you don't put yourself under that kind of pressure that you must find the best move every time. What if you don't? Just shouldn't be this hard. So right now, instead of burning so much time, I would just start investigating moves like queen to f6. Yeah, queen f6, queen d4. I mean bishop d4. Yeah, queen 5. That'll be 1, 2, 3 versus 1, 2, 3. Doesn't look good. But in any case, you have a hanging bishop here. I don't know. Bobby is messing this game up by playing too slowly and creating too many problems for himself and not for the opponent. So if there's one major weakness for Bobby, that's it. He wants to create initiative even if they are not there. There's a piece hanging. Just create an escape square for your king and then you see if your opponent will still leave the piece hanging. But for now, you cannot even calculate taking a piece because you have to also be willing to give the point. So let's see who has joined this broadcast for us to look into it. Okay, we have candidate Party, Kennedy Master. His name is Kennedy, as in John F. Kennedy, former president of the U.S., but he's also a Kennedy Master. Sorry for our Nigerian accent. We don't clearly distinguish C from K. So in this case, let's see if he has time to chime in a little bit because these are two players he follows. Let's see if he has some opinion on this game, assuming he has been following the game. Uh, CM Unakweti, are you there? Have you been following the game so far? Which
Oh
games have
yeah,
interested you?
yeah, I can hear you. I've been listening to you, following your analysis. Hello? Hello, can you hear me? What's wrong? You should be hearing me loud and clear. What's the problem? Hello? Prezzo, can you hear me?
The generator in there. So they put the generator in there. They didn't take it in the generator room. Yeah, Kennedy, can you hear me? Sorry,
Y-
we had to
Yeah, I
switch
can
the
hear you
power.
loud and clear.
Okay, okay. We are
How's
trying
my
to switch
audio?
to yeah, it's okay. So we can go ahead while we wait for the power to come
Um,
back on. We still have the moves on the board.
oh, okay.
Bobby is still thinking on move
I,
one. First of all, what are the games that have
yeah, I was
interested you
following
so
your
far?
analysis.
Okay, but
Just
which games have interested you?
two. This
Hmm.
round, just two. This game and okay,
Hmm.
three. Number one was Leroy's game, and it stood out because
Okay.
they played it like they were playing a blitz tournament. Um,
that's like that's
number
Liberian style
two,
of classical.
number two was Georgina's game.
Hmm.
And it stood out because it should be criminal to make that many bad moves in one game.
Okay.
Like
Uh,
it was just coming back to back. And then this one, this is very interesting. I've been following your analysis, but the problem with Queen F6 is that white just doubles up the rook. Once all of white's pieces are in the game, then black is in real trouble. The only reason black is still, in fact, I even prefer black here, um, is because
hmm?
white is not yet mobilized. White has been hanging on by a thread for, anyway, both sides have been finding only moves, I believe, for a while now. So I'm
Yeah.
sure there'll be a win on this board. It's been interesting
But
so
the
far. After rook
but the thing,
c3, I think white is ready to drop back his bishop if need be. But first, what he wants to do right now is to just play rook hc1, and black should be in trouble.
HC1. Oh yes, well HC1 is
Yeah.
a problem. Well, HC1 is a problem. And but what if what if the opponent keeps thinking for only move and now he has less than 10 minutes and you could find a move but it may not be enough to get you a win because there will be no time.
Yeah. Yeah. Right now, I don't like black's position. I mean, objectively, he's fine. The engine will say he's fine in this position, but I don't like it. I feel very uncomfortable that I have a rook on h8 and I never got a chance to play h5 while the queen was still on g4 to activate my rook artificially. Um, so
Yes,
I
that
am not
that.
comfortable with black's position, but even more uncomfortable is he standing on the clock. It's a
Hmm.
very dynamic position where both sides need to calculate, and you need time.
Need
Unless you are a
time.
computer, you need time to see things through, and he just doesn't have that time. So I'm not liking Black's position unless he finds a way to simplify very quickly to something more stable, and even that will not favor him because white would have the queen side majority. So even simplifications will not favor black. So,
Yeah,
well,
yeah.
I guess we'll have to wait to see how he handles this.
Yeah, but for me, I
Be
think
one way to do this right now would be to try F5.
F5. That's too
F5,
bold.
yes.
Introducing new weaknesses in the
Well,
position.
well, when your house is on fire, you don't worry about the rats.
That's
F5.
true.
I mean, this is just
That's
me
true.
thinking. I mean, the
Yeah,
first move
yeah,
that comes to my mind is F6. But if I am going to touch and the idea is to connect my rooks. But if I'm going to
yeah,
touch the F pawn at all, why not just play F5? By playing
yeah,
F5, all of a sudden the bishop on B5 is now truly hanging, or
yeah,
maybe
yes,
almost hanging.
yeah.
It's going to be
Almost
hanging
hanging.
soon.
Yeah,
And
hanging.
it wouldn't really have any good diagonal to go. It doesn't want to go back to D3 because it will just be biting on granite. And I just want to
Hmm.
go King F7. Uh-oh. You have another problem. F5 is not working because knight G5
Yeah,
comes eventually,
knight G5.
takes
Yeah,
the
come
pawn
and
on
that's pressure.
H7,
Yeah, the pawn H7,
and
and then
you might you
undermining
might
the knight. The knight is going on
you might
F6.
have you might have other issues there. So maybe F6 is good enough.
Yeah, but for me,
F6
even
is good
F5,
enough.
I see another problem with F5. What if instead of playing the knight,
Yeah.
the opponent chooses to play
Uh,
the bishop on G5?
Bishop on G5. Oh, the queen just
Right
steps
after.
aside. All those things are not, they are not the real problem. So I all right. I'm thinking of it from a problem and solution angle, not a solution.
Oh yeah.
It's
Okay.
not solution. First, what is my problem? My problem is twofold. I need to get that rook on h8 into the game as
Yeah,
fast as
that rook
possible,
needs to get in the
and I
game quickly.
need I need to change this position from a position where I need to calculate on every move. Otherwise, I'll
Every
lose on
move.
time.
That's the problem he's
If you
facing. That's the problem
if
he's
you
facing.
if you identify those two problems, then moves like f6 or f5 would quickly come to mind. Whether or not it is correct strategically is story for another day. You would, the way things are going, well, I guess we would have to wait to see how fast he calculates. Rook c3 is, even though it's an only move, I have to say it's a brilliant one because I don't see how black is going to immediately cause any problems. Because once again, his king is very poorly placed. The fact that the king is on f8 and the queen is on e7 means he needs to be mindful of a pin on the a3 f8 diagonal. So would have to wait to see. The position is rugged, but I am more comfortable with the white pieces. Maybe the computer would even slightly prefer black, but I'm more comfortable with the white pieces with more time on the clock in such a dynamic position and an easy plan. Double up your rook, check, and then let black solve his problems.
Oh yeah, yeah. But on the other hand, the game you were talking about that Georgina played fast, we had an issue with transmission. Players came late and sat on the wrong ball, so we will make that correction
Oh,
later on and publish the actual games. So where you saw
okay.
Georgina playing is actually Kengo who was playing fast against Prince Jabade. So just swap the position
Uh-huh.
between 9 and 11. So both 12 players sat on both 9 and both 9 players sat on both 12. So we tried to change it, but the system was already
Okay, because I
broadcasted.
was I
Yeah,
was
so
surprised when I saw that Georgina played e6, e4, e6, the French, and then she
yeah, we know Georgina is stubborn, but not too stupid. Not stupid. She cannot
played
play
c.
like that. Yeah, she cannot
Hello,
play
can you
like
still
that.
hear me? When
Yes,
she
I'm hearing you
finally got
faintly. Yeah.
when she finally got c5 in, ended up continuing with C4. There is only one player in LCF that I know play like that. That is Daniel Colomenan. I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing the
Yeah,
name
that's
wrongly.
him. That's
He's
his
the
name,
only
Daniel
person I
Coleman.
know who plays that way. And I don't know if he's listening, but that would be illegal. So yeah, it was interesting to. I thought that was Georgina, and it was really shocking. It's well,
No, it's not. It's not.
unfortunately,
It's
to know
not
it's
Georgina.
not.
Yeah. It's not. It's not her. Yeah, she's better
So
than that.
this board one game, is this the latest position? Because Black is
I,
really running low
I,
on time.
I need to go and check it, so I will leave you for a few minutes and come back because we
Oh,
just ran out of power. We're trying to get the generator on, so perhaps they have played. I'm in another room doing the broadcast. They have played, maybe
okay.
they have played, and I'm not seeing the position. So check it quickly and come back. So I'll just leave the
All right.
position on screen and
All right.
run the.
Hmm. Oh, okay. This is interesting. This is Georgina. Ooh, E5. Good. Good. Hmm. Okay. What? Take the bishop, take the rook. Ooh. Why? Why? Oh, just push. Ah, just push. Oh, that was very painful. Nah. Okay. Who's next? Leroy. That was very quick.
Well, sorry for this long break. We have power outage, so I'll have to check on getting the backup power on. And I'm hoping we still have our Kennedy Master here, Mr. Omfati. We were looking at a few moves and different options for Black. Black being former champion Bobby Bala, who's trying to hold a position against the former champion James Tono. So we we have problem with the power, so it caused a breaking transmission of the PGN update. On the board, we still see on the PGN feed, we still see Rook to C3, but they have gone way past that now. Uh, I think there's a loss of piece by White. Looking at the live camera feed, we we can see that Bobby is under time pressure, but Tono, yeah, Tono is down a piece. I need to confirm that, but we want to get the broadcast feedback up, which will give us the actual position on the board. Okay, so I think the position is old because we
Okay,
have
so
we have capture on.
Bobby play here.
Yeah, we have queen to f6. Well, Kennedy and I were discussing. First, let me check if he's still there. CM, are you there? Nokwete, are you there? Okay, when you will join us, maybe when he has time. Or I'm probably the one who has the problem. Let me check my audio output from everyone else. Okay, he's probably away from his computer. But I can see that Bobby play queen to f6 instead of playing f6 because I was also looking at queen to f6, but uh, Ken was worried about a counter that he thought Black had. Got queen to f6 with me, bishop to g5. But then I think that while we play queen to f6, bishop
No, no,
g5. I remember seeing this on the board. Then
no,
probably
not
took
Bishop G5. He played Bishop here.
or he played somewhere else. Okay,
He played D4.
he played bishop to d4.
Yes.
Okay, then
Bobby
yeah,
take.
Bobby took
Then he take with the rook. Tono took with the rook.
he took the piece for the rook.
Then
Oh,
Bobby took the bishop.
and another piece hanging. No, it's not hanging. Wow, this is incredible. This is incredible because at this point I felt Black was already losing, and why go into a sequence that further complicates a game that you should be winning clearly with all the honor development problem that your opponent has. Oh, the computer, yeah, there's no problem. Why you say that? Connect or set up? I don't want to set up. I want to go back. Let me just restart the whole computer. Okay, so we will keep checking the live camera feed of Go 1 until we can re-establish connection with our PGM board. The power outage caused problem in the transmission. So we're trying to get this reconnected and then we can continue the broadcast. But in the meantime, keep watching the live camera feed until we get our connection re-established. Uh, Ken, are you there? I'm not hearing you. If you're saying something, please go ahead and speak. I'm not hearing you.
Oh, sorry. My
I'm
mic
hearing
was
you.
off.
Okay, okay. Yeah, so there were moves made, and that critical position we were looking at, uh, Bobby didn't play f6 or f5. He ended up playing the move that I was suggesting earlier, queen to f6. And I think James Tono made an error after queen to f6. So let me see if I can put this on the board. Uh, Here we have queen to f6. Uh, Sorry, queen to f6 was played, and in the end, I think James Tono snapped and he attacked the queen. No, not from there. He attacked the queen by d4, and Bobby immediately captured the piece that was defending that bishop, and James Tono took the bishop on f3 with the rook. And yeah, he thought for a long time, all through we had a power problem, he thought on how to resolve this. Uh, Black queen is on attack, and his queen is on attack. So he considered taking with his queen, taking with the pawn, taking the queen on f6. He decided to take the bishop on f3, and then the black queen took the bishop on d4. So at this point, even though the rook on h8 is undeveloped, but black is up a full piece, a piece without compensation because pawns are equal up to this point. And we are trying to re-establish connection with the DGT board since the current one off. But this is the last position we saw, except we switch to the camera feed and get to see, we switch to the camera feed and get to see what is happening on the board until we can re-establish connection with our PGM update. So yeah, James Tono had a game and he overpressed and overcomplicated, and now he is down a full piece. And not even the piece he gammeted earlier. That gamet was rejected because it was a trick to trap the queen of Bobby of the black. So he ended up losing the other bishop instead. And right now we don't see the compensation. The only advantage he has now is on the clock. But that's not good enough because I know we have to go with this line for now until we re-establish connection to the board. So I guess you can see from the camera feed how fast they are playing because both of them both of them are low on time, so they have to play fast. And James Turner now wants to capitalize on the time advantage by ramping up the pressure, and giving some problems to black. But being down a full piece in a classical game is nothing easy to come back from. Yeah, Ken, if your microphone is okay now, you can chime in because I want to
Yeah, I
try to
still
reconnect
don't
the
get how he managed to drop a piece.
He
What did
overpressed.
what did overpress? I don't know. Sorry. In my mind, I thought unless something strange happened, from the position I see on leeches, I'm talking of the position after rooks from c4 to c3. In my
Yes.
mind, the only sensible move for white to continue with was rook hc1, unless something
Yes.
strange happens. What did white play? What did black play, and how did white respond?
Black played a move I was discussing earlier before you said there was a problem with that. Queen to f6. And with Queen f6,
Okay, and did
he got greedy and immediately attacked the queen by playing. No, immediately he took some time, but he attacked the queen by playing bishop to d4.
no,
I
no,
was
no. That
expecting
was
bishop
what
to d4.
we were talking about.
Yes,
Yeah, and there
and
are e5 ideas there.
but that's why they end up playing. That's why they end up playing. But I was even afraid that white would play g4, bishop g4, when the queen sits on f6. But he didn't do that. He played on d4. So let me just switch. Let me switch to the Leech's bow
Wow.
and show you what. Can you see the Leech's bow now? The Leech's
Yes, yes,
bow.
yes.
Okay, let me just drop back few moves and you see what happened. So he played rook to c3, queen to f6,
Okay.
then bishop. Instead of bishop to g5, he went bishop to d4.
He can't play bishop g5. The rook is hanging. The queen came to f6 to attack the rook. So he can't play
Yeah, yeah,
bishop
yeah. That's
g5.
yeah, that's true. That's true. That's true. Yeah, he can play that. Yeah,
Just simply
that was
doubling up is threatening a lot of back rank
yeah. So
accidents.
yeah,
I think queen
instead of
f6,
moving the
queen
bishop,
f6.
just double the rook. He
Yeah,
didn't double the rook,
just
and he
double
attacked
up.
the queen.
There are all
And,
manner of
and,
threats.
and,
Maybe he,
and
I don't,
immediately after this,
go
everything
on.
just came down crumbling.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
yet,
yeah.
too,
I
Bobby
don't
took
think
a lot
he,
of time here to figure out what to do next. He he ended up taking the knight that was defending, and this is where James Tono started to lose time. And if you can,
I
I
don't
don't know
think
if you are
he
still seeing.
understood the problem he was facing.
I think so. Lack of understanding of the problem. So
I
let me
don't
just
think
switch to the live camera board because they are playing very fast now. So take a look at the live camera feed. They are playing very fast, and you can see regrets in the eyes of James. He is angry at himself. He knew he had this game in his hands. Black had no move, and see who's on the board. The piece that is now seated on C8 is the neglected rook that was once on H8. So that rook is now a star on the board. When all I can see for James is just what? Or he has a rook on H1. He has a bishop on A4, and that's all. He's done a complete piece, and he's about to lose the bishop with a check. No, not the free bishop. The bishop is protected. It's just like it's leaving the board. It's protected by the pawn on. It's not free. There's a pawn. But where will he go? Then the pawn will capture back. Oh, expose check. Oh my God, he just dropped a bishop again. The game is done. Oh, the game is done. And he walked into check. Where's the arbiter? He walked into check. And Bobby is laughing. He didn't walk into check. The knight doesn't control that square. He on D3. But the knight is on black square or the knight is on A4. Oh, okay. The knight is on A4. So this is where you resign, but pride is a devil. So pride will keep him going. You made a mistake. From move 15, it was a clear win in my mind for white. Up to the point where we left it, it was still a win for white when black was struggling to find a response. Whether he should play queen f6, he should play f5 or f6. At that point, all the pressure was on black. How did he? How did he not maintain the pressure on his opponent? Everyone will see that the rook for h1, which is still on h1, needed to come and double Because at that point, let's go back to our dual screen so we see the board. At that point, the I think the only thing that could save uh we need to go back to the screen because things are happening fast and we do not have a PGM board to rely on. So we have to stay with this live camera feed for now. Yeah, but it's clear that we have to review this game after this round because it's not an easy thing to lose the game. It's more difficult to lose this game than to win it. Even though Ken, you feel differently about it. You say it was a difficult position for both sides, where they needed to find only moves, but given the space that Tono had and the possibility for his pieces, I thought it was a clear win for White.
So, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm hearing you.
Clear win is that's very strong. When I say that it's difficult for both sides, I'm actually talking from a practical point of view. It's possible to have a mate in. I mean, I have lost positions where I had mate in four. To a
Okay.
computer, all mates in ones are the same, mate in one. But to a human being, there are some mate in ones that are harder than some others. And so
Yes.
from a practical point of view, even though objectively speaking, black might actually be better in that position we're looking at, but I felt like white was easier. White's position was easier to play because his
Yeah,
plan was pretty
easier.
straightforward and
Straightforward.
elementary. Just double up, bring the piece, your last piece into the game, and then think later. I actually
Yeah.
believe the Queen F6 move was a blunder on black side because it forces white to do the only thing he wants to do while misplacing the queen. I don't know what.
Uh-huh.
I guess we'll never know what Black had in mind because, but it seems to me like if White had doubled up, he probably would have crumbled immediately. Maybe with something like Rook takes B5, and then accidents will happen on the back rank. I don't know how White had in mind, but
Yeah.
um, I don't know. How do you miss Rook HC1? It is the only thing that
Yeah.
makes sense.
Only
So,
thing to do, and now he's still
well.
playing when everything is dropping off the board. Why is he playing? He's still playing. Uh, can you see the board? Can you see the position now? He is still playing. Why still play this game when you have just a rook 2 pawns and your opponent has two other pieces? Is it time advantage? No, because on the clock, let me check the clock. Uh, I don't know what the clock situation is, but they are definitely into the extra time. I'm sure they have reached 40 by now, because I don't see why would he still be playing? It's so sad. But in other news, we got a draw on board three. I'm seeing Daniel Colomani with the white pieces could only get a draw against Joe Wawo. And what else? I'll have to go on the DGT board right now and check to see what is happening. But there's no reason why this game should still be on. For one is yeah, for one is a complete disaster right now. I don't know why this game is still on. What will you possibly be hoping for? Because the opponent has pawns, 4 pawns. Even if you mistakenly drop the pieces, the pawns are
He's
there.
probably hoping for a heart attack.
At the tag, I think, or earthquake. And earthquake don't happen in Liberia. Easy. Look to C7. Oh, check. Okay. Play the pawn from the back. I need to go and see the clock. Maybe the time is what encouraging him to keep playing. But you're getting extra 30 seconds every move, and they are playing fast now. So there's no benefiting from the clock there.
Hmm. Not sure what White is hoping for.
Hmm. And this is the last game now that is holding the pairing for the next round. This is the game that is holding the pairing for the next round. Uh, so we started late today because of service. People had to go to church. So we have to play 2 rounds today, and the next game, according to what the discussion, and we must play 30 minutes after the last game ends. So, but now people should be taking a rest for the 30 minutes while we prepare for the next round.
Yeah.
No, we want the
Hello, can
parent,
you
but we
hear
have to
me?
start 30 minutes. Yes, yes, I hear you. We have to start 30 minutes according to the announcement. So we cannot we cannot do that today. Yeah, the rules are rules. Once you say 30 minutes, you got to stick to it.
I to believe White is making a huge mistake here. I get that it was a painful loss, but he needs to
Yeah,
start thinking about
the
his
next game.
next round.
Yes, definitely, definitely. Think about the next game and instead of crying on the ball. Yeah, not just disrespect. That's stupidity because you could disrespect someone that it will benefit you, but this one, no, this one is going to affect his energy level for the next game. It will affect his energy level. Someone can, for me, black could make mistake and drop a piece. Oh, you see someone lost some time, so he continue to the clock. Reason? No, the Bobby lost on time.
Yeah, I get extra time.
They got an extra time.
No, I think they got extra time.
Is the arbiter there?
Yeah, it's
For no reason? Let them put the king in the middle of the board quickly so we can get a result. For the balls are still connected. Like, that's why he was playing, but they were playing fast, so I don't expect anyone to lose on time.
30 second increment. I did that 1 second, but 30. When that finish, you put the recording.
Yeah. Let's see the placement of the king.
The king come back.
Oh, okay. As a queen there. As a king, eh? Okay. Okay. But why waste all that time knowing that the king was gone? So he has finally resigned, and well, we say this is it. I don't know why. They're eating at nine again.
I mean,
The rope. Oh, they're eating the rope. I see. I see. I see. Oh man, this is terrible. This is terrible. You don't play chess like this. You don't play chess like this. So well, Ken, I guess we can look over these games now if we have time. But I do not know what the ideas were if we can go through the game up to that point. I will get a score sheet and let me just ask someone to get me the score sheet there to see why. I don't know. Uh, Perhaps I will have to get one of them on camera to find out to explain the idea behind that complicated move only to end
Uh,
so foolishly. Why complicate a position when
I
you don't
think
have the
I think
patience
he
or the
just
mind
got
for it?
he just got carried away. I think he just got carried
Uh,
away. He thought he was. I mean, I think he overestimated his advantage. Otherwise, what makes you think you are even the one who's supposed to be attacking? I wasn't saying position clearly at some point, but I noticed he moved his bishop from b5 to a4. What's that? I don't know why he did
yeah,
that.
yeah.
Maybe he
Let's go
was
back. The
forced
bishop.
to. Maybe he was
You
forced to.
you.
But the bishop belongs on the other diagonal because the king is unsafe.
This game
So
was explosive, and I didn't expect it to end this way. I was expecting
I think
a
he
total end to it from the
overestimated
perspective of
his
black.
advantage. This was a very balanced position. I say dynamically balanced. You know, right hand takes therefore it's not a position where you start thinking you are clearly better. Nobody's clearly better. But well, I guess it's
Yeah, this even this capture, I will capture with the bishop and not the rook. I will capture with the bishop and not the rook. Uh, well, this game was a complete heartbreak. We will take our time and go through it, but now we need to set up for the next round. Uh, we have a couple of interesting results. So we at this point maybe we take a break and then join you in a moment. So keep following our broadcast of the National Chess Championship 2024, which is being played in May 2025. Today is day three, and we just concluded round four. We are going to set up round four, round five, which should start in 30 minutes. So that would be 6:30 or 6:20, around 6:20 to 6:30. Uh, we just saw a couple of interesting games, and we want you to take your time, go through them. The games are all live on VHS, and the PGN for most of the games went to the end, but for ball one, we had a breaking transmission, and we will try to update from the score sheet before or just doing round five. But in the meantime, you can go through the games and enjoy the different positions. We have interesting game on both seven. James Bidell came close to winning FM Jacob Jala for misplay in the end game and end up losing a drawn position. We had a draw on both three between CM Daniel Kolomeni and an unrated player Joe Wao. We also had an easy win for the national champion on both two. We were definitely there, had a win against the vice president of the LCF, Kongati Depa. And on other poll, we will get you the results soon. Yeah? I come in there. Let him confirm all the results. So we are about to run the pairing for round five, and we'll be back with you shortly.
Representative meetings, but also to verify them. There are more possible chess games than atoms in the universe. Chess is more than just a board game. It's a portrait of the human experience compressed into 64 squares. At first glance, it's merely a contest in which two opponents move pieces around, each maneuvering to capture the other's king. But behind every move lies a tangle of emotions, calculations, hopes, and fears. In that sense, the chessboard mirrors the human mind at work. The best moves require clarity, confidence, and strategic vision. The worst moves often sprout from panic, overconfidence, or the blindness that emotion can bring. Hey guys, and welcome back to another video. In this video, we will delve into the psychology of chess. If you enjoy playing chess, feel free to subscribe to our channel. Also, be sure to take notes as well as compare chess to life. Feel free to comment on any chess tips you have for beginners. In the corridors of chess history, legends like Magnus Carlsen, Garry Kasparov, Bobby Fischer, and many others have shown us that it's not enough to have a strong opening repertoire or a knack for quick tactics. One must wrestle with the psychology behind every position, self-doubt in the face of a formidable opponent, euphoria when the advantage is in your favor, the daunting feeling of time pressure, and the discipline required to convert a win into a reality. Why devote so much reflection to this psychology of chess? It's because, as all serious chess players eventually discover, the difference between defeat and victory often lurks within the mind. The best players in the world have studied countless variations and endgames, yet when the tension rises and the clock ticks down, psychological steadiness can make or break the game, revealing how the chessboard can serve not only as an arena of competition, but also as a teacher, a counselor, and a philosophical mirror. Think of the chessboard as a metaphor for life's challenges. Each piece has its role. Pawns can represent the small, everyday steps we take. The knight might symbolize the creative leaps we make in problem solving. The queen, with her sweeping power, embodies ambition, intuition, and wide-ranging capabilities. When these components work in harmony, success becomes possible. Likewise, any major strategic decision calls to mind the plans we make in real life, analyzing risks, anticipating opposition, and cultivating patience. The shape of the battlefield, order and chaos on the board. Take a moment to visualize the clean geometry of the chessboard: 8 rows, 8 columns, and black and white squares in alternating arrangement. Despite its perfectly ordered pattern, the moment the pieces start moving, a new layer of complexity emerges. There is perfect knowledge, no hidden cards, no fog of war, yet that does not make the game straightforward. In fact, the clarity of the setup underscores the intricacy of human decision-making. We know what the opponent sees, but we can never be entirely sure what they're thinking or feeling. This dynamic is equally relevant to life outside of chess. People often share the same environment, but their reactions differ according to their unique interpretations and emotional states. Two players can look at the exact same position and come up with drastically different moves. One might see a bold sacrifice, while the other sees a slow positional improvement. In a very real sense, it's the mind that animates the board, not the pieces themselves. Today's video is brought to you by chess.com, the world's #1 online chess platform. Whether you're just learning how the pieces move or you're a seasoned player looking for serious competition, chess.com has something for everyone. They offer Liberty events. Big. If we distill the essence of chess psychology into one word, that word might be planning. A common misconception is that elite players immediately see the best move in any position. In reality, top-level chess is about creating multiple strategic objectives, staying flexible, and being ready to pivot if circumstances change. This planning process is akin to building a roadmap for the future, with various pathways depending on how the opponent responds. A classic illustration comes from Magnus Carlsen's style. Known for his uncanny endgame prowess and positional mastery, Carlsen's planning often begins as early as the opening. His hallmark is that he sets small, subtle problems for his opponent, steadily accumulating advantages. Once he gains a slight edge, perhaps a better pawn structure, or a small lead in development, he transitions into an endgame plan. Carlsen has stated that his goal is to keep tension on the board, wait for inaccuracies, and capitalize on even the tiniest errors. This approach demands ironclad psychological mindset, the patience to play for small advantages, the confidence to trust that one's plan will bear fruit, and the determination to keep searching for opportunities even when they're not immediately obvious are traits that define Carlsen. From a psychological standpoint, adopting such planning in our daily lives entails setting incremental goals, seeking improvement in small steps, and persisting when progress seems invisible. The philosophy of chess: lessons in the heart of battle. While it might sound grandiose to talk about the philosophy of chess, it's impossible to avoid deeper questions when you truly immerse yourself in the game. Chess players often speak about the existential weight of making a move. Once you lift your hand from the piece, there's no turning back. Just as in life, certain decisions become irreversible once made. German philosopher and chess enthusiast Emanuel Lasker famously asserted that chess is a struggle against error. Every move aims to correct or prevent mistakes while attempting to induce them in your opponent. When you apply that lens to real life, every decision you make is also an attempt to avoid pitfalls while remaining vigilant for opportunities. The practical difficulty, of course, is that you can't foresee every potential outcome. This realization can breed humility, a quality many great champions possess. After all, the moment you believe you are infallible, you become the perfect target for a cunning adversary. Moreover, the game's philosophical dimension invites you to explore how you deal with uncertainty. No matter how skilled you are in calculation, you can never fully anticipate your opponent's entire plan. For some players, that gap produces anxiety or self-doubt. For others, it sparks curiosity and a sense of possibility. It's a testament to the duality of the human psyche. Fear and excitement often walk hand in hand. A brief story: the gambit that changed a career. To illustrate this interplay of mindset and planning, let me share a story about a local chess talent. Let's call him Gabriel, who dreamed of becoming a grandmaster. In his early 20s, Gabriel had a strong tactical style, but struggled in long, grinding games. He often played hyper-aggressive openings like the King's Gambit, aiming to unsettle opponents quickly. One day, Gabriel faced an international master, who was known for rock-solid defensive play. True to form, Gabriel threw all caution to the wind, sacrificed a piece in the opening, and generated a fierce attack. For a while, it seemed unstoppable. However, the international master calmly consolidated his position, weathered the storm, and eventually forced Gabriel into a losing endgame. After the game, Gabriel was devastated. His plan had been too narrow, based on the assumption that aggression alone would prevail. Yet this loss became a turning point in Gabriel's career. He realized he needed a more flexible mindset, planning not just for an immediate knockout, but also for the possibility his opponent might neutralize his aggression. Over time, he began to appreciate slower maneuvers, transitions into equal or slightly better endgames, and the psychological advantage of unpredictability. In essence, Gabriel learned that real mastery lies in a multifaceted understanding of the game, not a single dimension. Why psychology is the king's crown. From this and countless other anecdotes, we see how pivotal psychology is in chess. It governs the emotional tenor of your game, shaping how you respond to challenges. You might be a brilliant calculator who can foresee tactics 5 moves deep, but if you panic under time pressure or lose focus after a slight inaccuracy, your strong skill set won't amount to much. In interviews, Magnus Carlsen often discusses the importance of feeling confident and relaxed at the board. His genial, composed demeanor masks the ferocity of his calculations, but it also helps him maintain mental balance when the position on the board becomes chaotic. By contrast, some players wear their hearts on their sleeves. When things go awry, they slump in their chairs, their eyes darting around, betraying their stress. The board might be neutral, but their psychological state indicates inner turmoil that often translates into further mistakes. Understanding these human elements is crucial, whether you're a casual player wanting to improve or an aspiring master. Chess is not just about studying the Najdorf Sicilian or the Ruy Lopez. It's about knowing yourself, your tendencies, your triggers, your emotional reflexes, and molding them to fit the demands of competitive play. Mindset, the foundation of chess mastery. One of the most striking aspects of competitive chess is that 2 players can face the exact same position and yet see completely different realities. Why? Because the lenses through which they view the board, shaped by their past experiences, current emotional state, and overall mindset, inform their decisions. Just as in life, the mind's framework can determine whether we see obstacles or opportunities. In every high-level chess match, you'll see moments where the position hangs on a knife's edge. Maybe it's a complicated middle game, with both kings under threat, or an endgame where one pawn can become a new queen at any moment. At these critical junctures, your mindset becomes your best friend, or your worst enemy. Confidence is a key ingredient. If you have trust in your calculations and your intuition, you're more likely to spot the move that seizes the initiative. On the flip side, overconfidence can blind you to simple refutations from your opponent. There's a fine balance here. Enough self-belief to strike fear into your opponent, but not so much that you stop verifying your ideas. Chess history is littered with examples of players who overreached because of unchecked ego. Even a world champion can lose if they assume victory is certain before it's actually on the board. Another element of mindset is resilience. Consider a scenario where you're in a losing position, down a piece, or saddled with a crippling structural weakness. Many players resign themselves to defeat at that point. But a strong competitor will fight on, hoping that pressure or complacency might cause the opponent to stumble. Grandmasters often recount games where they snatched victory from the jaws of defeat simply by staying vigilant and creating small, annoying threats. In life too, adversity doesn't necessarily dictate an inevitable outcome. Resilience can tip the scales in your favor when all seems lost. Handling mistakes, bouncing back from blunders. No matter how skilled you are, blunders will happen, both in chess and in life. A single slip can transform a carefully cultivated advantage into a sudden disaster. The question then becomes, how do you deal with mistakes? Psychologically, there's a tendency to spiral. You make a mistake, you panic, and then you make another blunder in the aftermath. This compounding effect can be devastating in a tournament setting, where every game matters. The first step in handling mistakes is acceptance. The moment you acknowledge you've messed up, you free your mind to focus on damage control rather than wallowing in regret. Magnus Carlsen has noted in interviews that he's not immune to mistakes, but he prides himself on how quickly he rebounds. Instead of dwelling on an inaccuracy, he immediately shifts to the practical question: How do I make it as hard as possible for my opponent to convert this advantage? That perspective transforms self-criticism into constructive problem-solving. A famous example of bouncing back from a blunder can be found in Garry Kasparov's games. In a critical World Championship match, Kasparov overlooked a tactical shot from Anatoly Karpov, losing a central pawn and facing a menacing attack. Rather than crumbling, Kasparov fought tooth and nail, creating counter-threats on the opposite wing and eventually salvaged a draw. When asked about it later, Kasparov explained that he quickly shifted from being upset about the lost pawn to focusing on complicating Karpov's position. This transition from despair to purposeful action is the hallmark of a champion's mindset. In real life, mistakes are also inevitable, whether it's a project error at work or a miscommunication with a friend or partner. The chessboard teaches us that while we can't undo a bad decision, we can fight for the best outcome given our new circumstances. That shift in mentality, from guilt and regret toward resilience, can make all the difference. Intuition versus calculation. The great balancing act. Ask any seasoned player about their decision-making process during a chess game, and you'll likely hear a combination of two words: intuition and calculation. Intuition is that gut feeling that a move must be right before you've fully worked out the specifics. Calculation is the methodical checking of variations, sometimes 5 or 6 moves deep, to verify that your intuitive hunch holds water. Consider a scenario from one of Vishy Anand's finest games. Anand, known for his lightning-fast sight of the board, often made moves that commentators initially deemed illogical until they delved deeper into the position. In interviews, Anand would explain that his experience and pattern recognition told him that a particular piece sacrifice was likely to yield strong compensation. Only after the game, with the help of analysis engines, did the chess world fully appreciate the depth of his concept. In psychological terms, intuition is the subconscious synthesis of knowledge accumulated over countless hours of studying and playing. It arises from pattern recognition, seeing a typical arrangement of pawns and pieces and recalling, at lightning speed, the inherent ideas and dangers. Calculation, on the other hand, is the conscious, systematic process of verifying lines. If I play move A, my opponent can respond with move B or move C, and I must check each possibility carefully. Balancing these two aspects is critical. Relying too heavily on intuition can lead you to gloss over details, like missing a critical defensive resource or underestimating a counterattack. Conversely, relying solely on calculation can cause time trouble and mental exhaustion, especially in complex positions where there are many branches to consider. The sweet spot for most grandmasters is an interplay where intuition guides them toward a few promising candidate moves, and then calculation refines the choice. This interplay mirrors real life. When faced with big decisions, career changes, major purchases, or even personal relationships, we often start with a gut feeling. Then, we weigh the pros and cons methodically, effectively calculating whether our intuition stands up to reason. Chess trains us to trust our instincts, but also to verify them. It's a skill set that resonates far beyond the board. The flow state in chess, being in the zone. Many a chess player has described the near mystical experience of being in the zone, that mental state where every piece seems to coordinate perfectly in your mind and moves flow effortlessly. Psychologists often refer to this as flow. It's that sweet spot of motivation and challenge where the brain is fully immersed in an activity. In sports, it's the basketball player who can't miss a shot. In music, it's the concert pianist who seems to play with supernatural ease. In chess, it's the game where every plan just clicks. Bobby Fischer was famous for entering these trance-like states at the board. Observers would comment on his unblinking gaze, his incredible focus, and the sense that he was almost in another dimension. For Fischer, it was not merely about winning pieces or finishing off an opponent. It was about the artistry of creating a masterpiece on the board. To tap into flow, one needs just the right level of mental stimulation. If the challenge is too easy, boredom ensues. If it's too hard, anxiety and frustration take over, Great chess players thrive when they push themselves to the limit, meeting challenging positions with intense curiosity. From a psychological standpoint, reaching a flow state also means tuning out external distractions, whether that's the crowd watching you, the ticking of the clock, or your own doubts. In everyday life, finding flow might mean immersing yourself in a passion project, a demanding task at work, or even a creative hobby. The same principles apply. Eliminate distractions, match the difficulty level to your skill set, and commit wholeheartedly to the moment. Chess shows us the value of that single-minded dedication. The board is a microcosm of our lives. Throughout history, people have viewed the chessboard as a symbolic representation of everything from warfare to personal relationships. The interplay of black and white squares offers a stark metaphor for life's dualities, right and wrong, risk and safety, light and dark. Yet, just as life isn't black and white, a chess game quickly devolves into a spectrum of grays once pieces start moving. Positionally, you might have a slight disadvantage offset by better development, or a strong bishop pair that's balanced by a compromised pawn structure. Similarly, in everyday life, we rarely encounter situations that are unequivocally good or bad. There are always trade-offs, opportunities that come with risks, choices that improve one aspect of our life but might complicate another. Chess trains the mind to think in nuanced terms, acknowledging that no single factor can be evaluated in isolation. When we plan, we mirror the chessboard's complexity. Maybe you're saving for a house, but also considering taking a sabbatical to explore the world. Or you're weighing a job promotion that promises a higher salary, but also more stress. Like a chess player choosing a strategy, you have to foresee potential pitfalls, manage your resources, time, energy, money, and anticipate the opponent in these scenarios, market conditions, unexpected life events, competition. The more we become aware of these parallels, the more we see chess as a mental gym where we can safely practice the art of decision-making. Emotional regulation at the board. One of the hidden arts of chess mastery is the ability to manage one's emotions during a game. Emotions can surge to the forefront after a tactical oversight, a narrowly missed opportunity, or a brilliant maneuver that forces the opponent on the defensive. These emotional peaks and troughs can have a profound effect on decision-making. Keeping a cool head while every nerve in your body is firing is one of the hallmarks of an elite competitor. Take, for instance, Magnus Carlsen. Often called the Mozart of chess, Carlsen has a laid-back demeanor, but beneath that calm exterior is a furnace of competitive spirit. Observers at top-level events have noticed that Carlsen rarely displays overt frustration. When asked about it, he admitted that he does feel tense or irritated after a blunder, but he trains himself to focus on the position rather than indulge those emotions. By doing so, he anchors his attention on constructive problem-solving. Instead of mentally punishing himself for an error, he looks for practical chances to turn the tables. This skill is not innate. It's nurtured through countless hours of playing under pressure and deliberately conditioning the mind to stay balanced. For many players, the emotional roller coaster begins in the opening. If the opponent chooses a variation you didn't expect, anxiety may creep in, and the fear of being out-prepared can destabilize your thought process. Conversely, if you gain a quick advantage, overconfidence might lead to complacency. In both scenarios, being aware of your emotional state is crucial. Small rituals, like taking a deep breath before each move, or briefly stepping away from the board, if allowed in the playing venue, can help reset your mindset. Emotional regulation is equally relevant beyond chess. Whether it's a high-stakes business negotiation, a job interview, or a personal conflict, the ability to remain composed under stress is invaluable. Emotional swings are natural, but learning to channel that energy productively can pave the way for clearer, more balanced decisions. Nerves under pressure, tales from the chess arena. Even the world's best players have experienced moments when nerves nearly got the best of them. One famous instance occurred during the 1972 World Championship match between Bobby Fischer and Boris Spassky. Fischer, usually fearless, forfeited the second game by not showing up on time, unsettled by venue conditions and various personal anxieties. This fiasco put him behind in the match score right from the start. Many assumed that psychological tension would doom Fischer's chances. Yet, after regaining his composure, he proceeded to launch a series of brilliant attacks against Spassky, eventually claiming the world title. Fischer's ability to rebound from a nerve-wracking start exemplifies how mental fortitude can reshape the trajectory of a competition. Another case involves Garry Kasparov, often described as one of the most intense competitors in chess history. Known for pacing around the stage, his eyes darting with fierce concentration, Kasparov sometimes let his nerves show. In one match against Vladimir Kramnik, Kasparov faced a position where Kramnik's deep preparation caught him off guard. Observers noted Kasparov's visible frustration, his eyebrows furrowed, and he repeatedly ran a hand through his hair. Yet, in the post-game interview, he explained how he coached himself back into a calmer state by focusing on concrete factors in the position: pawn structure, piece coordination, and potential counterplay. By dissecting the position logically, Kasparov mitigated his emotional turmoil and steered the game towards safer waters. These stories illustrate that no competitor, no matter how exalted, can fully escape the grip of nerves. The real question is how you deal with them. The coping strategies vary. Some use internal self-talk, focus on the board, not the scoreboard. Others rely on tried and true routines, taking sips of water, adjusting pieces neatly, doing quick breathing exercises. The common thread is having a method to harness emotional energy rather than letting it hijack the decision-making process. Visualization, seeing the board and beyond. Chess is often described as a game of mental imagery. When a grandmaster calculates, they don't just see the current arrangement of pieces. They envision the board several moves ahead. They mentally shift pieces around, exploring different lines as if they're mapping future realities. This skill, known as visualization, is paramount in chess. Let's break down how it works. Suppose you're analyzing a position in which you're contemplating a knight sacrifice on f5. Before committing to the move, you imagine how the board will look after you remove your knight from its current square and place it on f5. You also visualize.
Well, welcome back to this presentation of our national championship 2024, which is being played in 2025. We have to keep saying this because whenever we say National Chess Championship 2024, the natural assumption is that we are making a mistake and this should be 2025 National Championship. No, the Liberia Chess Federation plays its championships in the last quarter of every year so that the champions will win the next year. So this tournament should have been played in December of 2024, but it was postponed to 2025. That's why we are playing it now. And at the end of this year, we are going to play the 2025 edition, which will select a team that will go to the Chess Olympia in 2026. So again, welcome back to our live broadcast. We just completed round 4 and now we are ready for round 5. So we had some interesting games as we expected, but one was an incredible game, but it ended disappointingly because having created a complication on the ball, put his overpressing his initiative and end up blowing the game apart and lost in disastrous fashion. So we will have time to look at these games when we do our recap today. But for now, we have pairings for round 5, and we leave this pairing on for now as we get the players ready for the next game. So players are taking a break because we had to play today after service started 2 p.m. and the last game finished 5:10. So this game is going to start any moment from now. So please stay tuned, check the pairings, and as you can see, we have a lot of interesting games coming up. On goal one, former champion James, Bobby Bala playing white. He is on Pepper School 4/4, and he's playing the young La Ajide, who is one of the finest youth player in the country. He just turned 15, so this is a battle we've been looking forward to. They have met in place in rapid competitions. A few weeks ago, Archie Day finished our Friday night gym by scoring a perfect 7/7, and that tournament included Kennedy Masters and FIDE Masters, who he met in with. So today he has a chance to express himself to the world, the kind of chess player he is or wants to be. So we will keep an eye on the one, and on the two we have uh, current champion Leroy Debley playing against Harold Evan, which is a good one. And then Daniel Coleman is retaining his spot on board Titty, even though he drew there, but he's going to be playing James Stoner, who lost on board one. And we have Jacob Jala on board four against Jamal Wilson, Joe Wow on board five against Gongati Dekba, and on board six, Ivan Mayo against Gerald Dix. So you can see the rest of the pairing. We have to go and get the players ready. So take a look at the pairing, and the game should be starting any moment from now. Kennedy, can you hear me now? Unakwati Kennedy, can you hear me? Apparently, I was on for a long time and didn't have audio, but I could not tell. Can you hear me now, Kennedy? Where I had another monitor set up to get feedback. That probably was the problem, and I was not getting audio from that monitor because it was off, so I could not tell if my audio was okay or not. So I'm sorry for going this long. Assuming you are hearing me now, I'm sorry for going long without uh, proper audio and giving you the chance to hear my insight on the games. And I really thought all was okay because we just continued from the setup we had in the previous round. So, but we had a power trip, and that uh, caused some problem for our settings here. But we do have some interesting games, and let me do one check before I start to say much again to make sure that we have. Okay, I can see the audio bar moving. This is something I didn't do first, so sorry for that. I had a lot of explanation to give in reverse because oh, I feel tired because I was talking about the current national championship that we play in May of 2025. This was supposed to be played at the end of 2024 in December, but we have numerous obstacles upon our return from the 45th World Olympia, which was held in Budapest, Hungary. We had issue with finances, we had issue with policy, we had problem with debt coming from the both the Olympia journey and the West African Chess Championship we hosted. So we were constrained to postpone our national championship to the early part of 2025. And even in January, February, and March, we still had issues to resolve, so we had to shift it to this time of the year, end of April to early May. So as you see, we say the 2024 Chess Championship. It's not a mistake. We are in 2025, but we are hosting the 2024 Chess Championship uh, because it was postponed. So this is round five. This is the three. We just concluded round four, and Bobby Bala is the only player who's on perfect score, 4 out of 4 rounds, 4 points out of 4 rounds. For those who may be following and do not understand the scoring system, a win is 1 point, a draw half a point, a loss is zero. So Bobby Bala has played 4 rounds and he has 4 points. We are expecting a fight in this round five. He's playing against Archie Day, a young player, just 15. He is one of our players we have in development. He recently participated in the youth championship and the junior championship. He slipped on both occasions, so he's trying to make up for his losses in his each category championship by putting up a fight in the open session. He has already gotten two incredible draws against established chess players. The likes of John, I think it's Jacob Jala. Did he play Jacob? I'm not sure, but he did play Daniel Coleman for sure, pull or draw. So let me try to share our chess screen here now because this game is taking shape. We spoke a lot about this game earlier, so we might have to just go back to those positions we were talking about. And so, yeah, just put it full screen, control the audio a little bit. Let's see the audio. Do we have feedback? I just want it up a little bit. Yeah, 1, 2. Reduce it. Please reduce it. Millions. I guess all the boats are transmitting. Just a little sound we need from them because we have the speaker that will give us feedback from our online commentators. So we want to share the screen quickly. We are expected to be joined by others to chip in their ideas and insight to speak to the positions that will be created by these amazing players. So we have 24 participants now. We were expecting 26, but two players pulled out, uh, John Jala and Emmanuel Tar, for work-related reasons. So we understand chess is important, but you have to put deliberate first. Uh, Nevertheless, all of the strong players in the country are present, uh, with the exception of Anthony Radier and who else? Maybe Chua Ebekuta. Yeah, these are the two other strong players who didn't even register. The rest are here, and whoever wins this is going to be a champion that reflects the strength of Liberian chess. So we share this screen now and go into analysis of the games. Round 5 is right here. So if you can see, all right, we have the game on display. Whenever uh, Kennedy joins us, or maybe we have Joe Atterbury, we will go straight into comments from them and do analysis of the game. So I was saying when my microphone was off that Achide has a 12 times. He is one of the youngest players in the tournament. I mean, in the championship series. In this event, he's I think the youngest because Prince Prince Kanga is Prince Kape is a bit older, so he should be the youngest in this at the age of 15. He has put up draws against two established players. He won a Friday night jam recently by scoring 7/7. We have other title players in the tournament, so he has proven himself in fast chess. Uh, what is yet we are yet to see from him is to put up the same performance in classical game and try to build his rating. He's still rated 1776, but his chess is slightly better than that. So playing against the former national champion who won it 2 times in a row, Bobby Bala, and who's on a perfect score, playing white on the one, is not an easy task. So his approach, hoping, would be to play conservatively and try to just search for mismatches, go for early exchanges, and try to push for the draw. That would be my approach if I'm facing such an uphill battle. So Bobby starts with e4. As we all know, Bobby is an e4 player. Then the kid starts with g6. Already an indication that he's going for the modern opening, which develop the bishop on the long diagonal instead of battling immediately for central control. So e4, g6, d4,
e6. This is part of the opening move for our ever popular uh, Iraq defense. And there are many moves into this documented strength and weaknesses for this particular opening. But let's see how much opening knowledge this kid has already, and how can he defend against someone who likes to attack at all costs, in person of Bobby Bala. So knight to c3, bishop g7 as expected in the pair. Knight to f3. This is the move that I was unhappy with when I had my microphone off. I don't know why he played knight to e e7. Apparently, he didn't like what we saw from uh, knight to f3, bishop g5, and let's say if there's a push of pawn, that would be a problem. But this this is not anything to worry about because uh, he could play, he could easily play, yeah, he could easily defend that position by playing d6. If there's e5, you capture e5, de5, de5, check first, then you move your knight. That's why we're announcing when my microphone was off. In this case, you have nothing to lose, nothing to worry about, or is still there to play for. And a quick castle will be the position is okay. But he opted for a different move order by placing a knight on an abnormal square. Uh, you must have a special explanation for placing knights on e7 just like that. Unprovoked. Nothing's happening in the game. Pieces are still underdeveloped on the point side. Pawns have been moved. You still have a lot to do, and you just define the game by playing the knight to e7. So you leave holes all over the place that can be exploited anytime from that. So the bishop g5. He finally play d5, queen e2, queen d2. Now the opponent is planning to go point side to raise havoc on the king side. So normal plan would be castle this way, the rook sits on d1, pawn goes to h4, h5, trade or push further. This entire place is about to crumble if you do not act fast. So he pushes f6, and the opponent is not known for his opponent is not known for trading pieces early. He likes to keep the pieces on the board, use them to create complication and confusion. And after that, when there's something to point out as a mismatch in a game or some kind of imbalance that can be converted into a win, then he will go about trading. But probably will not just trade early in the game. So knight b to c6, e takes d5, e d5, bishop to b5, a6, and then b. Oh, I was suspecting, yeah. Okay, no need to rush. He is trying to force the opponent to commit. And why doesn't care? You can capture bishop for knight, good, but then you'll be further weakening the king side where you might be forced to put. So no, he didn't take. He doesn't want to open the g5, and this is the current position. So far, I think Achi has played the opening better than I thought. Uh, Probably they didn't give him much credit. I see no particular uh, structural or positional weakness here that you say, well, it's because he's a kid, he's playing with horse money and does not have a lot of experience. I think this is just as good as anyone who play the bird, especially against a player who likes to attack. Now the key is what do you do about the avalanche that is coming your way? White is certainly going to play bishop h6. Oh no, he opted to push h4 first. H4, h5, then bishop to h6, trading everything here. But as we said, Bobby is not known for early trades. He wants to define again first before trading. So that's why he's not going for bishop h6 first. He's pushing the pawn to get a clear definition of what the game will be about before he can trade his pieces. I would play the other way around. I would go bishop h6, capture and capture, or even if you don't capture, let's say what are the alternatives here? If he doesn't capture, you counter struck, drag back. Uh, I like my chances here if I'm black. I cannot move this knight now. Yeah, why not? Keep pushing, and breaking into the opponent's territory with pawns. So this is what I would do if the opponent doesn't want to play quickly enough, trade off the last square bishop. Instead, he played h6 and achieved the knight to f5. Knight to f5. I think it's a liquidating move, trying to clear things on the board as early as possible. So White no longer has the option of bishop to h6. Then I will take. And if he keeps the knight or the bishop e3, the knight will still capture to get rid of the bishop pair. And meanwhile, this piece is partially hanging. I don't like pieces to be defended by knights. And the rule in castling long is you have to find or misuse a tempo to put the king on the b file. It's not safe to keep the king on the c file after castle long. So white still has some work to do to hide his king, while black can say he has relative king safety and nothing really to fear now. He can go ahead and take the knife leg and then he'll be opening the b file. So Bobby is too experienced for that. He will not give the opponent rope an opportunity to come and attack him so easily. So we see this game as balanced for now. And so far, Achi has handled the tension very well. Well, nothing there to be sad about. The rook is coming into an open five very soon, and the A rook is coming to B8, and definitely he's going to push B5 at some point. So Bobby wants to keep pushing and opening this H5. So he's not backing down. He's not afraid of the potential loss of a pawn. All he wants to do is to open that flank at all costs, the H5. And Ati has played Bobby Ballard several times in speeches, so he should be aware of this style of play. I don't expect him to just give in easily. So let me see which other game we have here that we can look at quickly. We have middle move against Lane Brown. Lane Brown is one of our young players, so let's take a look at that game quickly. Middle move Lane Brown. Also on board one, we should not. I mean, board two, we shouldn't forget that Leroy and Harold Evans are battling there for a chance to meet to challenge the champions. We go to board two again. Let's see what's happening in board two. Our Evans. Where did we leave this game? We talk a bit about this game. We talk about Harold's decision to usually castle long, and for the first time in a very long time, we see Harold yet castle short. Short castles are not in his plans, so it must be serious. They lost yesterday. It's probably forcing him to have a change of strategy yet, because I cannot remember the last time Harold just waiting the castle long, castle short rather. He's usually a friend of putting the king on c8 via long castle if he's playing black, and the rokers on g8. So in this game we saw that. They played through it quickly, and this was the surprise of the game. At move 6, Harold has already castle shot, which is something I'm not sure his opponent expected. Harold delays his castle until the end of the opening segment, then he castles long. But this time he's not only castling short, but he's castling early. This is a sign that something has changed in the person. To just go against your rules, your principles, your style, it cannot happen just like that. It had to be motivated by something, and that something we know is the defeat that he took yesterday at the hands of Bobby Bada, which was so easy based on his predictability. So yeah, Leroy played bishop to e2, and then Harold plays h6, trying to kick out the bishop from the g5. Yeah, and a series of exchanges on the queen side. Okay, Leroy decided to give the bishop for the knight and attack with the knight again. The entire hope of this game is in the fact that you need to mount pressure on the c5, which is half open, and that can be done by allowing your rooks, doubling your rooks on that file. Is finally done that. Next year for white should be getting the rook and the bishop in the good position. Not rather the knight and the bishop in the good position. Trade, trade, and get the bishop hopefully on b3 to take advantage of this pain. Bishop b3 points into the castle. Just what the doctor ordered. So now you can play a move like going to a5, h5, and capture with the rook, take with the queen because of this pin. Yeah, so a lot of things happening. King walk off because that pin is a serious one, and now he's opening a secondary point of attack. Yeah, if you can get if you can get those files open quickly and control them, you like the win the game. Because once the pawn leaves, the diagonal, oh, hold on. The B1 H7 diagonal is going to be active for this light square bishop for white. So, so we're playing a game of cat and mouse here. I see you, you see me, I see you, you see me. And in the end, we have to deal with what's coming next. Uh, oh no, he played D5 first. I was thinking he would prepare it by playing E4. No, E4 cannot be played yet because this is a collaborative that could be a problem. The rook and bishop collaboration. It would be a problem in G2. So, but I will investigate certainly. I will look into. Yeah, sorry, I will look into playing E4, FE4, FE4, and a possible rook to f1, or even before I play d5. At least everything is under control. Uh, yeah, you can attack my, you can now attack my rook because I still have capture on e6. So this didn't happen again, obviously. Uh, so leave it at the play. Immediately he plays d5. Hmm. What's the idea here? Hmm. Well, okay, that's that's what I was just waiting for, because you don't just push d5 if you're not willing to do all that happens after that. So you have to be willing to part way with the light square bishop and pray to double on that d5, but I don't see any doubling chance here. So what do you take with the rook? Definitely you have to take with the rook. Let me see. That was the live move. So this is live. And you can give a comment on what you see. Oh, he took with the rook on the d5. Rook on the d5 capture, or in an attempt to put pressure on the f5 pawn. But I wouldn't do this. Leaving the back rank here empty is too dangerous. I still don't see anything to play for or something to point to as an advantage for white. Why will you just trade the rook and you go to rook and game very soon? Well, he's the national champion. He knows way more chess than any of us. Perhaps a lot of us combined. So we trust his judgment here, and try to follow the line of thinking, and see how far he takes us. But a landing on the fifth rank with your rooks, uh, it's not my best move, or the move that I would consider. Okay. I guess you will have to see a move like rook to f6, followed by g6. Of course, I will just play that rook to f6, and depending on what move white plays, he will follow that up with g6. But he has to be careful when you remove this pawn. You are now connecting the queen and the king. Ah, so queen play, yes, queen play to I mean g3. It's a way to discourage you from ever pushing this pawn. If you push, you're going to lose a point, but it will be a skewer, not a pin, which will lead to the death of the loss of the point, not death, the loss of the point. So we see at this point they're just playing for different positional concept now, depending on what each player wants to do. And another thing which I probably didn't see immediately is the fact that this queen is not only supporting the rook alone here, but it's also putting on tear attack. So attack number one, attack number two, now attack number three coming from the queen. So you need three defender, one, two, and I will just place the third defender there, three. What you won't want to do is to bring the king in here to defend, which will be a problem. You want the king to stay back and let the other pieces do it. Yeah. So we can leave this game as it is. Well, are we within move 29? Oh, they are playing fast. And move on to other games. So I would like to take a look at those seven, where we have middle move. Let me switch to that camera now. Middle move against Lane Brown. Middle move versus Lane Brown. So, okay. Right now they are move 25. I'll move 25. From the look of team is balance. But let's see what's the real mismatch here. So we take this one from the beginning. So Lane Brown plays black, middle move plays white.
Mohan, it is going to be like
Going live comment on the game. Going live commentary here on the finish. So at this point we have mm, just normal opening moves. Lane Brown versus. No, you can say it if you like. Just we can talk now. So we discuss the game. Yeah, we got people are watching. Oh, you see that. All right. Yeah, we have normal opening moves. Nothing special. That's players going through their opening preparation. Oh, this is alternate point in this game. First, the C file is blown open, and then the G file is not open. So black has already castled, and white white must decide if the king will remain in the middle or find a way to get on the side of him. Yeah, so this is now the opening of a serious theoretical discussion in chess opening a middle game play. Uh, yeah, the knight attacks both the queen and the bishop. The knight queen drop captures. Lane Bryant is aware that Middle Mo is a fan of the bishop, so he's going there early to take the bishop away from him. Yeah, bishop to b7, bishop d2. He's still trying to castle. That's what all this is about. Castling is not a compulsory move. Castling is an optional move. You castle to hold the king in safety. Yeah. So let's see. I wouldn't castle yet. If the central position is safe, I stay right in here because displacing lock for a long time. I can get the rook on the g5, push it up, or play on g4 and get my rook ready. Anything the balls are doing, get, get the rook ready. Anything the balls are doing in the castle side there, you prepare for an onslaught. Knight coming to yeah, the knight goes to f6, f5. While your rook is seated on g1, bishop will be pointing on the h6 square. The castle of black will be opening very quickly, and you will see yourself running into an early endgame. But castling now is just honoring a theoretical requirement, and I'm not sure it's what the position is calling for right now. But well, that's good for Lane Brown because he has one less thing to worry about. And now Milomo is threatening to. Is he going to sack? No, he's not a player who sacks pieces like that. And he respects the bishop too much to be even contemplating bishop to h6. But I know for sure he will be playing one or both of these rooks on the g5 very soon. So let's see what happens. Bishop threatens or challenges the position. He played the rook there. First, play the rook, and then if you want to bring a point, there's no seat. Uh-huh. Lane Brown complicates the position by playing c3. Knight captures. Knight captures pawn. Oh, knight captures pawn with check. And then you have to take out with the not with the pawn. Why not the bishop first? Okay, take out the bishop because the opponent must act fast. For instance, let me see what's the draw by taking the bishop. Oh, there's no way to respond because of this rook. I understand why. My apologies. Capture with a pawn and then bishop takes. So you need to get out of the pain. All right. That's why you step out of the pain because the opponent will do exactly that. Keep pushing you backwards. Oh, now we are in live position. Bishop, the bishop to a3 check. What's the plan? Bishop to a3 check. Yeah, king just steps on b1. King to b1, obviously. Solve, solve the problem. And then one check. So you have to deal. You now have to deal with your queen facing a rook. You have to play something like queen to h4, of course. Yeah, I see no particular advantage here. That's all. Just if you're lucky, you get a pawn, but you have to be prepared for the counter strike. Thank God the bishop controls this long diagonal.
No, don't forget about the banquet. Banana,
Yeah, this diagonal is controlled by the bishop that is on d7. And if you with that, I'm not sure I want to eat a pawn now. The fact that this board is open. So if, for instance, white comes back to e3, I wouldn't want to take this pawn now because while my king is still on that far, I think the pawn is providing me some shelter. So the key will be rerouting these rooks to come and create some pressure points here. Oh, oh, this is this is interesting. Middle mode is pulling rabbit from the heart. I must commend him for this move because his opponent is because it's easy to just fall for the temptation of taking the rook of the bishop, but that doesn't give you much. Knowing that he's controlling the escape square, which is h7, and the rook is controlling the opening g5, that's why you don't let file open that you cannot control. If you just capture, you won't gain much because the bishop comes back or the rook comes back and capture. But if you just check as he's doing, your opponent will be forced to step into check, and then your discovery is going to lead to the loss of the point. Yeah. So see them shaking hands very soon. As we know, most of our players will start to lay back, relax in this position. You can see the posture on camera of middle mode. He sees that well he has fallen the fatal blow in this game, and there's no way that Lindbergh can come back from this one. So we have to move to other games now. Yeah, but before that, I would like to check to see what is happening with Bowl One, which is our game. Let's go through other games now. This one is lost. Kennedy Kenko just completed his game against Elijah Sarr. Let's see, that was a quick one. Kennedy Kenko, Elijah Sarr. Kenko play black. Elijah Sarr play white. Kenko is playing Sicilian. My God, things are changing in Liberia. Okay. Castle now, good. Oh, no flag. Oh, no. This is bad. This is bad. Elijah Sarr is playing tricks. But your work will be under pressure. Uh-huh. Why play trick that will affect yourself? Oh, check, check, and the corner. Oh man, this is miscalculation. First overcomplication. Oh, unnecessary overcomplication. And he dropped it in front of Queen. Is that right? No. Okay, I can see. Let's go back to the thing. You can see on camera there's a resignation from Lane Brown. He missed that tactical blow from middle mode on both seven. That was a nice strike. Uh, you have to be clinical when you smell blood in the ocean for a player uh, in this tournament. He saw that it was a mistake for Black to remain on the diagonal and attempt attacking the bishop, knowing that he has a lot of development issues. So I think a better move here was mm, what will he play? What could he play? Yeah, let go of the rope. Let go of the rope. Let the opponent eat. Yeah, I think I will play. No, stay away from this. Hmm. Well, Lane Brown could have done other things here. Stay away from the dark squares and let the opponent do whatever he wants to do on the dark square with the bishop discovering because you have already fallen in the trap. But anyway, that was a nice win. We move on to James Bidell, Jerry Smith. These two. But I would like to go back to our game one because it's crucial and we are running out of time. Game one, oh one. Uh, One is progressing very slowly. We left it at move 15, did we? When did we leave this game? Yeah, we left it at move 15. Bishop capture. Bishop capture pawn. And Bobby is now giving a trick, like a test to the young opponent. What is he hoping for the opponent? He wants his opponent to capture, and that will be the loss of his pawn. So Achi is better than this. He saw it and he didn't even bother. He ended up attacking the knight instead. And the knight moved on to the f5. Capture bishop, knight is bishop, knight is pawn takes knight. and now the bishop can try to change and leave that area of the board.
I was all my close to this one. I knew from practice last time.
It's a hard day at work. Yeah. Well, so we have still auto play for TD results still possible on the one between the former champion and the youth player we have. There have been no particular error or blunder, but the fact that the H5 is half open, anything is possible. Very likely, knight sack on G6 followed by another knight capture, and uh, too many things are controlled here by white, so you don't want him to do any of those sacrifices. The rook controls the h5, the bishop controls the diagonal running into there. So if you allow him to open this fire, it's going to be disaster for black. It's going to be disaster for black. So best bet here is to try to keep one of these knights out. I would happily keep the knight out in this position. By playing g5. G5 means let's play and see. With the g5, check, check. If you capture, I check, and the position is okay.
No, give it a key.
Yeah,
No, give it a key.
yeah. Okay. Yeah, so I see all to play for in this position. But let's go back to the live goal. Last move from white is point point to b4. Point to b4. Just asking another question, but this is a preparatory move because at some point the point wants to align with the rook here. It will take 1, 2 TD to leave, but after all these potential exchanges, it's easy to just slide a point in. So if Archie can see all these things, he can get this incredible draw that everyone is praying for. So let's hope that the young man is sharp enough to see these things and he is not suffering from fatigue or hunger like some of his older brothers are already experiencing it. So we move on to Harold and Leroy on the two. Okay, where do we leave this one? Uh, yes, Harold was trying to avoid pushing the G pawn because of this threat of move to D7. Move to D7 was going to be trapping the point, so he managed to move the point. But even now, the point has limited squares on which you can operate. Because if you first you cannot capture f takes g4 means you lose the point. The point is going to drop immediately. And what else can you do? If you just ping, yeah, it's an option. You ping the pawn, mm, but then the king will just dock on G. The king will just dock on H1. But I think what Leroy really wants in the case is to mount pressure on the F5 pawn, so you can have all the exchanges happen here. In the end, this is a pass pawn to go down. That's I think that's his plan. So if you just play, you still have to prove a point in the case. This point is playing on many occasions. The point is playing here, so it's legal to move it, and your point is here, so it's unadvisable to capture. Yeah, you still have problems here, and if you allow your opponent to play this, uh, point capture, what does that mean? You probably got 10. The fire is now open, which may not be good in the long run. Yeah, but let's see what happened. Let's go to live goal. He's still on an attack. And we go to James Tono versus Daniel Colomani. Are they on Cameron? Nope. We don't have them about cameras here. Yeah, we'll try to find out one of the games in. We we know these two players desperately need points right now in round five. James Tono just lost to Bobby Bala in round four. Tono is on. Oh no, it's not. Yeah, Tono is on 3 points, and Daniel Coleman is on 2.5 out of 5 points. And desperation is setting in now because after round five, the top five table will start taking shape, and you don't want to be outside the top five going into the rest day. So it's important for these players to strike quickly and start establishing themselves. Okay, so I'll take a break now to go and check on a few games and see the time situation and make sure the transmission is going as smoothly as possible. But I will leave the live video feed of the room so we get to see what is happening here. So let me take this game to Blue One because we all want to see what happens in Archie versus. Oh, okay. What did it do? We had Queen. Yes, Queen. Yeah, Queen went to B4. We saw. We were talking about the multiple exchanges that could potentially happen on this G6 square that could lead eventually to the queen either attacking the rook or this bishop or finding a way to collaborate with the rook that is on h1. But there's a fork, and oh, okay. So we see Bobby is now going for tactics. Takes the knight. If you take, he has. This is not the loss of a queen. This is checkmate. So you should not take the queen in that case. Checkmate because what? As long as you take, this is the discovered mate, and this will be a very painful way to lose for our young player. You cannot protect with the bishop because the check is a double check. Discovery from the rook and a solid punch from the knight itself. So this double check you can only walk away from it in the case the bishop is controlling the G8 square. So it's not possible to sidestep this one. Let me try to put my analysis on. Oh, please tell the guys when they're done the game, they like to sit and wait and come and sit there and analyze some games. Yeah, so this will be a nasty way to lose. Tell them if they want to sit, they can come sit and analyze some games here. So we have the tricky play from Bobby, capturing the knight on e7, and yes, actually didn't fall for it. He took his knight. I would prefer him taking the. Okay, he wants to close that far because I was thinking on him taking the alternative knight, the knight on the f5. But this will still open up trades like after a year. This will still be checkmate because he cannot capture due to the discovery. So he probably wants to keep this far close. That's why he captured on the h5 and probably capture the queen, rook capture, rook f capture e8. Now the rook is still getting into play, uh, still sticking to the plan of trying to suffocate trying to suffocate the king. So what do you do? free a bishop or play the pawn. He moved his bishop to f5, which is not a bad idea, but then he has to deal with the doubling of the rook. You can sidestep this by pushing h6, but he's still thinking that I think this is the live position. So far, Bobby has been the one giving all the hard questions, attacking, and Archie has been quietly trying to answer all of these difficult questions. Right now, he needs to find other defensive resources. I think this is where the old school second rank defense comes in, but you do not want to walk into okay, h6 is the natural move because if you don't play h6, you go for second rank defense, you will have to deal with move like this, but the bishop is there. And let's say at some point, if you if you trade this bishop out, you have to deal with this check and allowing a possibility of check on G6 is something I don't even want to encourage if I were playing black. So it's good that he found a hole and he can find a way to quickly sit right in that hole he's created. Is there a tear piece that can come and not pressure them? Yes, there are chances for white. You can try to sneak in with the bishop and challenge the bishop here. Let's say if black response, I mean white response like this is still going to be a challenge for black because you cannot attack the bishop here. You're just going to challenge capture, he captures, and that's problem. But this white bishop sitting on b3 is too important to the attacks and tactics of white. He will not want to leave that safe square from where he's exerting his influence into black castle to come and disturb a piece that is not really effective in this game. So I am looking at moves like sack, an exchange sack uh, for the bishop and a pawn. Take, 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 check. But then how do you handle this? Maybe that's what former champion Bobby is contemplating right now. How do you deal with that? That would be that probably is a mistake, but okay. I don't know. It's the analysis. They are not in that. This is the live position right now. Actually has formed a move that will reduce the temperature on him h6, and Bobby needs to prove the point that he wants to finish this in attacking style. But sometimes you don't have to always attack. But for his style of play, he has to keep pressing and asking a question because he does not want to be the one going on the attack. Uh, he will end up falling low on time and possibly losing via blunder trigger by time pressure or losing directly on time. So let me see if we have him camera. Bobby is now thinking how to exploit the situation. So far, the youngster has been holding his ground well. You can see the EVA bar says 75 to 80% for white, but over the goal, you have to prove it with the moves you found. So the main problem Archie has here is the fact that he needs to he needs to find a way to challenge this bishop that is seated on b3. If he can drop back and play, yeah, bishop back to h7, bishop drop to g8, it could get the nagging bishop pointing into his castle area. And yeah, find other ways of pushing for a draw. But it's difficult to make progress when your king is stuck in the box like this. Well, so at this point, I would like to take a short break and come back once the players have made some. Okay, yeah, Archie is doing what we expect him to do. Relax, drink some water, take your time, free your mind, and try to find the different ways to address the hard questions that the former champion is going to be posing to him all through this game. Hmm. Let's see why he played. Oh, he finally pushed up one. Attack, attack, attack. It's the order of the day for him. So here Archie has to decide, what do you do? Do you want to challenge the bishop quickly, or do you want to, by challenging the bishop, I mean bishop to h7 back to g8 to trade off this bishop, which is creating problem. Um, but we have to be careful. With this pawn coming down, I'm not sure what the idea is, but at some point, Archie might have to take this pawn and be willing to get the bishop out of his path. That's one way to push for the draw. You have to take a chance by giving or an exchange. So let's see if he takes now. What's the threat in this? No, he can't do that now because his bishop is under attack. So he must drop back with the bishop. What else can he do? Yeah, drop back with the bishop. But let's see what he plays. He does not play. He's still thinking, as you can see. Um, hmm. This is a difficult thing to handle. You want to challenge this bishop, but you also do not want to. Uh, ah, ah. You should remain on this diagonal to stop this knight from coming in with tempo. Is he looking forward to taking this pawn? What is the plan here? Or is he looking forward to maybe not check, then he comes in? I don't know what the plan here, but I would have preferred uh, bishop dropping back to g7 to h7 and challenge the bishop here quickly. And if there's a check, you trade. I mean, if there's a prepared check, you trade. But with this, uh, this game will shake the tournament if Archie succeeds in getting a draw. Yeah, tournament. It's an interesting game, the one as it should be. Okay, the champ has finally made the move. Let's see what that is. Is it a check? No, the king protects the pawn. That's the that's the pawn that was hanging. That's the pawn that was hanging. So at this point, you can push over. Did Archie play quickly? Did he have his move prepared? Why? This game is going to go on for a while, so at this point, I'll just go on a short break and come back once we have some of the positions already defined. So we we know Bobby plays slowly. He utilizes all his time. If he wins quickly, fine, we will be already early, but we don't see that happening because as things stand, okay, we have someone on the line. Israel Sambula, let's hear from Israel. Israel, have you been following the game?
Yeah, I've been watching.
What's your impression of it so far?
At first the pawn I was hanging, I was kind of being pawn greedy and being like, why can't I actually take the pawn? And then you pointed out that bishop being
Yeah,
very powerful, and then I was like, oh, the king is being attacked.
yeah, you have to focus on the neutralizing the bishop on that long diagonal, on that secondary diagonal. Yeah. So I'll take a quick 5 minute break, and once I get back, we talk more about what's happening in the position here.
Okay, boss.
Okay. Well, welcome back. I'm done with a short break. A lot has happened since we were last year. I'm trying to get one or two persons to come and comment. Apparently, people are busy on this Sunday evening. But we had our marquee game concluded while we were off camera. We definitely going to go through the moves where we left the game. Uh, we we left again at a point where Bobby Bala had tried all of the tricks on the book, but apparently Archie missed something in the move, queen to b4. Uh, he played queen. Archie played queen to e8 as a way of providing some kind of coverage to what was happening at G6 because he needed to ensure that this square is sufficiently covered. But the star of this game had always been the bishop sitting on B3. So when he focused his attention on overprotection of G6, Bobby, being a former champion and a very strong player, decided to create another weakness. He moved a queen to b4, uh, eyeballing the knight, which is definitely defended by a queen, but in a tactical sense, the defense is insufficient because there are a lot of things happening on this g6 square and the discovery along this open or half open h5. Anything is possible there. So Achi probably missed this, the real significance of this. So this is clearly stated in his response to the move. He thought on resolving the problem he had on the G and the H5 by forking the knights. Upon forking two knights is really ironic because it's usually the knight that is forking pieces. That is Forking. Uh, but he didn't take seriously the reason why Bobby played Queen to be full until after this surprising capture. This capture is a way of saying, well, it really doesn't matter whether you want to take the knight or you want to trade a queen. In any case, the position is now open. That's all this is saying because he had the option of taking the knight on the f5 or the knight on the h5. So he chose to take the knight on the h5 first because we all know that it's out of the question capturing the queen. If you capture the queen, you lose the game to an immediate check, and it's not even the regain of the queen. If you take back and the knight is coming with a check, and that will be a discover check. So you were forced to take with they take the knight, and then Bobby capture. This is where I thought Archie made another mistake. He took with the rook that is on the f5 instead of deploying the rook that is on the a5. So I would think this rook has not moved in the entire game. So you capture with the rook. Rook a take e8. That will buy you some time and clarify some things in the middle. But he took with the other rook. And then came the move rook capture. This is where I said Archie needed to take time to figure out what exactly his opponent wants. The opponent wants to break open this h5, and we could all see at this point that rook d to h1 was going to be played to create a battery and mount pressure on the h7 square. But immediately when they attack him on the G rook, the rook that is on G4, Archie didn't calculate the options he had. He could drop back all the way, reset his bishop, do something. In fact, he already missed the chance of retreating his bishop all the way and doing all the things that could keep the position close. He immediately moved the bishop to f5 with the hope of giving additional protection to the h7 pawn. But this is not good enough because the problem you have here is not just the h5 that is about to be open anytime soon, but the fact that this bishop on b3 controls the square g8. So one other thing he should have investigated if he had taken this threat seriously was the move f5. Instead of bishop f5, just push f5 and see what happens next. First, this pawn is hanging. Secondly, you have the option of moving your bishop if you need to. And the third good thing is you could plant here, even with a loss of a pawn, you will still have something to fight for if you give yourself a little bit of space. So, okay, we see the game here just concluding between Jacob Jala and Jamel Dosan. So I think that's the second to the last game. We still have one more game on Alvin Mayo and please check in the hall if Alvin Mayo game is on and tell him to put camera on the game if it is on. Yeah, so he didn't do any of that. He instead just moved the bishop. So this brought the rook from D1 to H1 and he finally pushed. At this point, playing an ultra aggressive player like Bobby, you need to challenge the piece that is keeping your king in the box. The priority now is to reroute and challenge this, but he didn't focus on that. He instead thought about counter play along the central far and not bothering to trade off the bishop. Even moves like h5, h4 will rescue the situation because the bishop will be disturbed a little bit. But with the bishop controlling g8 square, it's difficult to resolve any issue yet. So Bove took his time and tried to kick the bishop, and this was a final mistake I think from me. Why did he go d7 when the threat is really along the diagonal? So for me, this was better. Why was he afraid of? A push? I don't see how this is a problem. If you capture, there's nothing. So I don't think Bobby would have pushed. Mm, What he probably would have done was something like to put pressure on the bishop and try to release this h6 h6 pawn because if you there's nothing you can do to save to stop this bishop from being traded. If you move the bishop to f8, then that takes the bishop, it rotates, and then this file is open. Your bishop is definitely going to fall because you cannot defend via this second rank placement of your rook. The bishop is going to take it for free. Yeah, so at this point we say no, there was no defending there. So he needed to drop back with the bishop. He chose to take the bishop on the other side. But why I don't know. Then came the king protecting, and at this point, I still don't understand why he played c6. Your problems in life are different. If you don't know what your problems are, you end up missing the solution. So I think this is what happened. First, the bishop is awkwardly placed on d8, on d7. The rook has not moved since the game started. At this point, whether it's right or wrong, try to get a rook into play. It just looks nicer to have a rook pointing indirectly at the opponent king, especially when you are fighting for survival. Or at some point, you have nothing to lose already. Play the rook and try to get the rook's double. Yeah, let's say if white plays a dominant move like this, you double your rook. Yeah, so none of this happened, and Bobby is too sharp to miss this, and he just blew open the position. Even at this point, Achi still didn't know his priorities. He is moving pieces, and yeah, just a combination putting him in a meeting net. Where did he play? Oh no, he he was totally busted at this point. So you cannot survive this. Uh, why go on another piece? After check on rook h1 check, I'm not sure. I think he investigated king to g3, but king to g3 will be a problem because of this. There are pins all over the board. And you see the Tsar rook on a8 didn't get to play or move in the entire game. Imagine having someone at home who's like a relative of yours and you have a job to do. Let's say you're doing farming and everyone's going there doing the share of the work. And this one person is just sitting home waiting to be deployed at work and there's nothing for he or she to do. I mean, that's a sad story. So it's always good whether you're winning or losing to get all of your pieces involved. Good news is Archie is still very young. He has a lot of chess to learn, a lot of chess to play. So this defeat is not even counted in his Saki. He was expected to lose, and he tried his best to hold his game for a draw, but it didn't work. So that's it. These things happen, and in this position, let's see if he plays here. It's still not going to help. It's not going to do anything. Yeah, they're still playing. So, well, this was a nice game, but on a sad note. So we move on to other game. All of the games finished. Who crying? Okay, we just got update on pool 6 that our player Ivan Mail is in tears. We need to find out what happened. He probably made a mistake and now he's shedding tears. Who is he playing? Gerald Dix. Gerald Dix too cried the other night because he lost a game in a painful manner. Chess is painful, especially for those who invest now. Okay, it looks like checkmate is coming. Checkmate is coming. So let's see this game quickly and find out why it's having man in tears. He had a game to win, so his game is on board 6. Let's take it back a few steps. Okay, let's just run quick to the beginning because that game will run through. So Alvin Mayer is playing white, Gerald D playing black. The point pawn opening. Uh, well, it's the queen's garment decline with an early trade on the a5. This means the rook is not going to play an important role in this game because a lot of attacks. Oh, capturing pieces. So right now we have a mismatch, a bishop pair against rook and a bishop with 2 4 6 7 pawn 2 6 pawn. So it looks promising for black. So I don't know why it's white in tier because uh, so far, whoa, he got a clean pawn. So this is good, and he dropped the bishop. My God, he dropped it. Well, let's see. After check, he dropped a bishop. Whoa. This looks like a win, but if only you can stop the rook from coming to a8. You see, people, I hope you are following. This is why you don't do in chess. If you are winning, don't focus on your win. Focus on potential counterplay of your opponent, because that's why the opponent will look for. That's why the opponent will look for. What are the counterplay my opponent has? So can he solve these problems on the board in real time? What did he do? He blocked and he pushed the pawn. This is incredible. Nice play at this point, because by playing pawn to c7, he's threatening to trade forcefully. Okay, I can see they are signing score sheet. No wonder why he's crying. And it's embarrassing because this is someone's father, and chess is this brutal. Well, let's see what happened really, because at this point it's clearly a one game for white, because after pushing c7, it's difficult to find a counter play. So he he sacrificed the bishop and having took and check, series of checks. After that, you just need to queen, but you don't queen now because you have two pieces guarding the queen square. The rook can take, the bishop can take. Therefore, you have to take your time and provide some kind of shelter first. But is there a counterplay for the opponent? You always must ask yourself that question. One counterplay is this check, and you cannot push your pawn to g3 because there will be another check from the back. And the fact that the rook has cut off the e5 completely, you gotta be careful. There's no laning left for the king. So anything that happens on the king side of the board, any attack from the right, you need to be able to block with a piece. So that's one possible counterplay. The next is, what do you do if there are lateral checks from the queen? You need to investigate all these things before you go with this pin of the rook. So what did he do? He went with it without investigating. He went with the pin of the rook. And this is a mistake because there are checks all over the board. Checks all over the board. And now the queen is gone. I didn't even calculate this line. The queen is gone. This is why I brought it here. You don't pin a rook unless you calculate everything. There's no rush in this game. Just take your time. One clean move he could have played after seeing that he had a win is just to dump the king somewhere safe. The king sits on g3 before you play that move. The king sits on g3. That's it. Who is touching the king? There's no check anywhere inside, and this will allow you to rewrite your pieces quickly to play for at least a draw. What is the counter play here? Check. You sit on the side of the board, and you do not have, black does not have, enough time to do what he may want to do. So this is painful. A painful way to lose the game. You mean in the analysis, if I check on f4, where the king is sitting on h2, or after the f4 check? Uh-huh. No, but you got to decide first where the king is going. After pawn comes in the analysis, pawn drops to f4 check. You need to hide the king. H2, yes. Because anywhere else you go, there could be check on you. Point to c5. Point to c5. You are looking at the H5 check, right? Okay, going to C5. I will say, well, I ignore it and oh yeah, it's a nice move. But then you can try to trade up on here now. Yeah, will you lose? I want to learn. Capture, capture, check. You take the bishop. You can take the bishop. Yeah, you can take the bishop. So check and drop, and then maybe you go back down. The queen square. Oh yeah. Okay. But in any case, there were so many different ways to draw this game, and he just already played that move. So it's a brilliant move, but it must be well timed. I mean, it's like you crossing the road and you want to be checking your phone at the same time. You got to be sure it's in the middle of the night and cars are not coming. That's the risk he took. He put his queen on B8, like in the middle of the highway in the day when traffic is tense. Just a series of checks, and then the queen will die. So he lost the queen, and there's no counter play. Or bishop is near the, it's not anywhere good enough to challenge your queen. Who? You know? Oh, this was a painful one. Well, I think that was the second to the last game. We have James Tono and Daniel Colomani still playing on both. TD, they got camera on there already. They got camera on there already. So we will switch to that game quickly. Let me focus them here. We have let's find this game. James Tono and Daniel Colomani. We follow the game up to I think move 30 or 29. Let's see. Yeah, but we can quickly run through this game. I think we need to understand the nature of it. Yeah, James Tono plays black, Daniel plays white. Daniel is known for playing close and complicated middle game, neutralizing, going to an end game that involves pawns and knights. Uh, Tono is noted for taking his time and utilizing diagonals and playing the bishops as much as possible. And he does not have a particular style play. It all depends on how the opponent plays. But he's someone who will try his best to complicate the position, utilizing all his time to do so. And if he succeeds in giving you problems on the board, he will liquidate them. Just like playing chess fundamentally is what he does. So I don't know him to be a particularly great defender or a great attacker. He just plays balanced chess. So in response to the D4 opening, he played knight f6, and then Daniel, known for closing the ball, he likes to establish what we call the stone wall, the hedgehog position, playing the three pawns in here and defending the base with a bishop and placing a knight in the middle, basically stifling every progress in the middle of the ball. And you will have to do force exchanges if you want to open, sometimes even gammeting pawn to open the position. Otherwise, all of the pawns will freeze, and you have to navigate the board with knights, just passing around, finding loopholes. That's what Daniel does for chess, and he enjoys playing chess like that. So it's no surprise to see him play d4 followed by f4. He wants to lock the board as early as possible. Okay, and Tono is just going with his modern defense system, trying to plant the bishop on e7. The knight is already situated on f6. We expect to see something like a points linear structure that he could transpose into a variant of the perk, but it all depends on how cooperative Daniel will be in allowing him to establish the system he wants to see. So in few moves, Daniel already established the structure he likes. knight planted in the middle of that stone wall system. The pawns are formed the evil triangle, and you have to do something more than ordinary to break through the system. And he's not doing anything like attacking or so. He just wants to establish a structure, regardless of what you're doing on your side of the board. That's how Daniel plays. Okay, just like that. Easily trade off things, and the knight will navigate the board for as long as possible. Slowly, slowly, no pawn exchanges, just like the ball. At some point, someone will get impatient, try to open it, and you will lose position or you lose material in doing so. Okay, at this point, we need to take stock of what's happening on the board. We have 7 pawns we can see for Daniel. Yeah, 7 pawns. Let's count them physically. And he just stood a pawn on this move. He's capturing on e6. So Tono, I'm sure, gave that pawn out willingly because he didn't want the goal to be close. So we got one, two, three, 4, 5, 6. So that's what happens when you get impatient with the close ball pattern of Daniel. You end up just dropping pawns in order to keep the system open. Because not everyone has the patience to just sit all day and wait for something to pop out of nowhere. So you need to be ready for trade. Otherwise, the weakness that is on H6, H5 is going to lead to the downfall of black structure. So I expect Tono to capture here. He didn't. He focused on attacking the GTD pawn. But this is really risky because Daniel has space, Daniel has time, and he has possible piece mobility because at any time he can play rook to h6 followed by rook d to rook e to d6, and it's going to be difficult to defend this h4 pawn. So I don't know what's the game plan yet for James Tono. Let's see. Okay, he he focused on getting his rook behind the e pawn, the f pawn rather, and what did he do? Daniel instead got out of the pain. He didn't like something. He decided to leave it. And Tono blocked. Why didn't he? Why didn't Daniel go for the attack? Rook to h6. Well, we will understand it. Knight. The knight. Okay, the knight is going to reroute and come and block the rook, and also, even a simple rook to h8 is going to stop that exchange. So it's not worth it. It's good to maintain the pressure on the front. Yeah. Yeah, you can speak up. A live commentary we're doing. Just say your position and
All right, I mean, like, after the book, we're looking at my travel because we go to Lagos, we understand the number of the check on F8.
okay. All right, so let's see how they play. King got out of the pocket because it's not good to invite trouble on yourself by remaining in a pain when you know pain is not good and it's not good in any case. So what? Daniel play H4? H4 is like an invitation to the knight. Say come and sit on G4 or let's straight on G4. You don't open holes like that, especially when the pawn is already there, stopping the knight from ever getting on the square. Unless it's in his plan to trade off the knights. Why would he want to trade off the knights? So if black plays the knight, let's see it. Uh, he play, no, I don't like this. Let's say he plays something else. Let's find another move for him. Maybe that's the problem. It's hard to find a good move set that doesn't weaken the position. Yeah, it's hard to find good move for white that does not weaken the position. So he probably didn't want to touch anything else but to go for the trade of the knight. So he encouraging opponent to come, and James Tono didn't go in the hole.
Yeah,
He
okay.
avoided it. And then he planted. Okay, Daniel is playing tricky moves here because with the knight now on this outpost, it's high. You need to play twice in order to remove the knight from g5. And that rook on e6, that rook is planted there for a long time. Because even if you remove your knight, where will you take it? Uh, where will you take this? Let's say you remove your knight. You are not trading off the rook in an easy way. If you left, you can trade off here, and you have something to start off with for black. I mean, the effect of all this would be weakening of your pawn system. So let's go to where they are now. Let's try to get to them quickly. So I'm surprised by this move. Really, I will have to ask Daniel why is full at this point, and why did James Tono allow Daniel to plant the knight on g5? So he dropped out with the book and then tried to. I don't understand why the guys are doing that. Yes, I really don't understand why they are doing. First of all, why is the rook dropping to defend the GTD pawn when that file is not going to open anytime soon? If you capture anyone who touches the knight on g5, the pawn takes will close things up, or the pawn takes on the f pawn captures g5 will close things up. Your bishop can come or your rook can come in. So why do you release your knight from this battery you have on the e5? Controlling the e5 is like the future of the game. This is the only open file on the board. Why do you relinquish control of this file? Maybe he's afraid of knight to e4. What there to be afraid of? He's thinking about knight to e4. I see. He's thinking about if there's knight to e4, let's go back. He playing here? No. He's worried about knight to e4, knight capture e4, pawn takes, queen takes, king takes, then rook capture. But you're not forced to capture if knight comes to e4. E4 to respond, yeah, check out his you eat that eat. But this is chess. You don't have to respond when your opponent plays a particular move that is not in your plan. So stick to your plans. So he removed the guard and he came back. Hey. Okay. Now the bishop is protecting. He releasing the king. I mean, the position is weakening up. Just moving back and forth, hoping that the opponent will make mistake. I think so. Oh no. This is the shuffling pieces now to game time. Except maybe one of them is low on the clock, then that will justify why this happening. Otherwise, they are playing below their standard. Even at this point, why don't you try this? If there's check, capture, he will not even do that because it doesn't mean anything. But why go up and down when there's nothing to gain? So they shuffle until the trader one set of rows. Finally, the nine left the square. He capture. Trading again? Yes. No, 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 not necessarily. You take first, and now I take. So his hope is in the pass pawn that's on the g5, but wow, the king is there, the knight is there. Now he will keep you busy with this pawn push. And if you go there, the king is going to navigate and come and harass the knight and the pawn at the back end. So these two pawns are the fulcrum of the game right now. If you lose the pawn on c6, you're going to lose the b5 pawn, the a5 pawn, and now you have some passes running. So Daniel up and down trick probably pay off. So let's see what happened. The bishop, no, start to move the pawn immediately. or the king. Move the king in first, right? It will be a draw. No, let's see. Let's see. I don't think so. Play. Okay, you play the king. The knight is coming. Well, that's so. So you push the point, you'll be losing. Yeah, okay. You push the point. Yeah, the knight in bishop. Yeah, is going to be hard, but you will have a chance to break through. Let's just see. Push the pawn is attack. You push one more, captures. You don't have the time to capture back. Yes, no time. So that's why he pushed the bishop first. Now the bishop can move because you have to keep protecting the c3 pawn. The knight drives back, bishop come. Oh, that's shifting. Why can't they just call the draw? Apparently, James Polo doesn't want to draw because he just lost in the last round. And Daniel drew, so he doesn't care. He can take a draw, relax on rest day, come back strong in round six. You still have 4 rounds to go, so Daniel wants a draw, but James Polo know he has to play for something. But he shouldn't forget that Daniel is the one who has the pass pawn on the board. Daniel has the pass pawn, so that should count for something. That should mean something. So let's see. They are still thinking. Where now Tono is trying to figure a way of changing things. And I don't see where he can make any improvement now. He will just think for some time, get himself in time trouble, and eventually accept the job. Yeah, once you are in time trouble, you have no option but to accept whatever comes your way. If Daniel had a light square bishop, then this is a game because those pawns that are on the light squares could be easily on a man. So Tono plays knight again, I guess. Let's see who is on wanting to join this conversation. We have Kennedy Onakweti on earlier. Right now we have Israel Samula on. Uh, we are still looking forward to uh, CM Job to join. Maybe he will join us after the rest day. We're going to take a break tomorrow for those who are following or who may follow this broadcast later on. We have 4 more rounds to go, but tomorrow is rest day. We need to reassess, uh, engage our partners, engage our sponsors, give the players rest, have a couple of meetings, meet our stakeholders at the Ministry of Youth and Sports. We are preparing also for the closing ceremony as well as the General Assembly, which is going to precede that. So we have some work to do tomorrow. So we'll be on break, but we are not going to take break from the analysis of the content that these players have created for us. We're going to look into those games tomorrow. If we don't have the time to do that tonight, the newspapers have already covered this tournament opening ceremony sufficiently. We expect to see a couple of stories in the newspapers tomorrow. We will do more and more media engagement, and hopefully, new sponsors will join before we resume on Tuesday with round six. And from Tuesday going forward, we play all of the games in the evening hours starting at 5. And we will be playing just one game every day. So, yes, James Tono has made a move. He's trying to create problem for his opponent. So, uh, we left the game where they were shifting, and he brought a king in. At this point, Daniel can step in with his. Daniel can step in with the. Yeah, he can push the pawn right now, and the Zeus one would be the knight will have to drop back, and the knight will have to keep eye on the pawn. So if Daniel pushes now, it's a possible win because the king cannot catch the pawn, so it has to be the knight. So you try first with the king.
First you have to do attacking the phone. First you have to do attacking the phone.
Oh yeah, you move first with your king to attack the pawn that is on f5. This this king will try to defend. Then you move with your pawn on g6. Knight f6. Then the king will step in and no, you play first. You go. You move there, forcing the trade. You don't want to push that pawn. Your goal is to come towards the queen side. Put king g5. King g5, you don't want something like check. You don't want the check like this that will kill your time. Oh yeah, capture the pawn. Yeah, so in this position, whoa, this is terrible. Yeah, this is terrible because the king can no longer come in front. So this is why I don't want the knight to move. So after this move, let's see the current position is. Let's go to the current position. So it's like Daniel didn't see it. Okay, Daniel. Okay, Daniel played king to f4, and he came back down. Oh my God! Why are you doing this? Daniel is missing his chance to score a significant point. Daniel is missing his chance. So James Tono realized that was a losing structure. He has retreated the king and the knight. Oh, like they agreed to the draw. So James Tono realized he made a mistake and he almost lost, and he just accepted the draw. No, it's not a draw. They are still playing. Sorry, my bad. I saw them writing. I thought it was Sunny. They are not Sunny school sheet. They are writing moves. James Tono is still forcing the move. He's closed the door. Let's see. Elijah. I hope the sign is not getting there. Yeah, he's trying to get the knight back. But right now, Daniel can play bishop. He can play his bishop, try to get the bishop to f4 and place the bishop on e5. Then you start to push the g pawn. Yeah, if the bishop can come and get to this e5 square, the only thing he's worried about how to handle this. In an event where the knight manages to come here and capture, yeah, the sun reaching outside. So yes, put a knight to g6. Why is the knight? What's the use of the knight on g6? The knight is doing nothing yet. So I think Daniel is just bluffing with the draw. He probably wants to win but doesn't know how to win. Because he gave you a clear win. The king misplayed himself and went to the wrong square. And he went ahead, king to f4, only to retreat to f3. So that was on move 60. Okay, that was move 61 from Tono. Move 61 was a blunder. No, I took it back. It's the current position.
But
How you push a pawn? Push a pawn, you lose it. Why is he going with the king?
no, I mean I have position now.
I think he's trying to tempt. He's trying to tempt Tono to play the king back into that d5 square.
Yeah.
He wants Tono to play the king back to d5. Then he will play his idea and come to f4 for the king.
Again is a draw.
That's a draw. But Tono wants to force the win.
I don't think so. Someone knows that just forcing his king.
Tono lost the round before. Yeah. In this point. Tono doesn't want to draw. Can you please set the other camera just to capture them and focus on the panel there so we can have another angle to show the camera that is near the speaker?
This is the last one for the day.
Yes.
So you watch me have it.
See?
You watch me have it.
Oh yeah. That was a nice one.
Still get me up. It's not like
FN is either strong or lucky. But at 2001 day now he goes.
I have a question.
Yes. Go ahead,
Uh,
Israel.
if Tono could put his knight anywhere on his board, where do you think he'll put it and then try to fight for a win?
To play for a win, it doesn't depend on where he places his. You mean Tono to place his knight anywhere on the board?
Anywhere on the board and
Oh,
win the game, where will it be?
win the game. Tono, if a knight can sit safely on e4, that would be a good place to start. But
Yeah,
he has to keep a king in the middle of the board to keep an eye on the pawn that could be running down to f8, g8 rather. But if he could just place his knight somewhere until he gets here, I think that's what he's trying to achieve. But how to route the knight to sit here is what he's trying to do. So all the squares, he could get the knight. I think he sat there before, but Daniel was close by, so Daniel Bishop cover the CTD square, and there's no other good square I can see again. Even if he manages to get his knight on on G4, it might be okay. But it still does not guarantee a win. This game is a draw. Anyone who overpresses will lose. This game is a draw. As you can see from the engine evaluation, it's 0-0-0-0 for both sides. So it's a draw. And
so Daniel Colomeri does nothing. James Tono cannot win.
no, he cannot win. I mean, he cannot win by any design. He got to win by error of the opponent. Yeah. So at this stage, we just think they will keep trying because tomorrow is rest day and it's not too late. Maybe Tono is going to spend the night on the road. He's not going far. Daniel can sleep anywhere. So they are not worried about how to end the night. They just want to finish strong. And Tono almost lost the game by placing the king and the knight in the wrong position. But Daniel, too afraid to take matters in his hand, he ended up missing the winning chance. Let's go back to move 61. At move 61, when Tono Daniel play knight to e, no, no, yeah. At this point, Daniel play bishop to d2. Tono went with the knight, and no, it's not 60. This is 61. Okay, let's go to 60. This is where Tono just slip, and then after here, They shuffle a little bit and turn around the patience and put his king in the pocket. This is the misswing. I think I need to put this in our chat room. White to play and win. What's the move? Yes, this is the misswing. Israel, are you following? And
I'm following.
yeah, what's the move and sequence? Because it's and he got the first move. He played the king to f4. He played the king to f4, and after the opponent king dropped back, he snapped and came back. At this point, I think he should have continued because his bishop is playing very well. See how the bishop is playing like a bow-legged defender. He's guarding both the G3 pawn and the C3 pawn. So if you push, the king will have to stay close, and you keep pushing. The king must stick, and then you break through. No, you just first take yours. But I think it's more important to get at the back here than it is to capture pawns at this point. So you, you try to get at the back. If you face a situation with Suswan like this, then you capture the pawn. Capture the pawn is better. Capture the pawn first before going. Okay. Okay, capture the pawn first. Then when you want to save the knight, or no, he's moving with a check.
Of course, when you capture the offer, it's actually with the word that
Oh, okay, yeah, this was it. But he missed it badly, and I don't think that position is going to resurface. So that was around move 60. He missed the sequence. So where they are now, they are at move.
but when you see a drop on it, it's very difficult.
You can lose the win. Yeah, not the draw. Okay. Yeah, this phone fight. Yeah, some of the players here are saying it is easier to take away or win from Daniel Colomani than it is to take a draw from him. So if he's winning again, you can turn it around and win it from him. But if he has seen his draw pattern, you cannot change that and win him. So he's more careful with the drawing system than he is with the win. That is strange to hear because it should be more difficult to lose or win a game than to lose or draw or drawn game. So Tono has learned his lesson. I'm not sure he's going to take any risks. So why is he still playing?
It is since the game started, he has won
Tono?
the
Daniel? Yeah, Daniel has won games. Of course, we can check Daniel record here quickly. Daniel Kulumani. Daniel Kulumani has played. He played Prince Jabade with Black. He won. He drew against Achideye. He drew with Jacob Jala. He drew with Joe Wow. So only one win in the entire tournament for Canadian Master Daniel Kulumani.
Daniel Jordan.
No, the tournament is still long. 4 more games to go. This game is going to be a long one because they are almost equal on time, playing relatively quickly. So there will be no issue of time pressure and mistakes leading because of that. So no one is willing to let the other king go through. Why are they playing? Is the question now.
Why is he a
Why are they playing? Or what is Tono still playing for? You must be willing to take risks if you want to prolong the game. And Daniel looks relaxed. It's like he's not even thinking anymore. He's not thinking anymore. Ah, oh, where did I leave my more? Okay, someone please help me with. You said that coffee there. Coffee finished. The coffee in the office. Take a key. Go check it. Ask. I think you should have my key. Yeah? No, just put the coffee in there. No, no sugar. Just coffee. Miss coffee. Miss coffee will have there. Yes. Ask Melvin for the key. We're going to be here for a long time, so I guess those who want to follow the game, you can grab a more of coffee at home or try to drink something to keep you up because finally, we get a breakthrough in the game. Finally, we got a breakthrough. Oh, he tricked him. This is the same thing that happened in the game James Bidel versus Jacob Jala. James Bidel assumed that by playing G5, he was going to force a trade of the pawn that was on H7. And now Tono too was expecting a trade so he can bring his king. Tono expectation, I think, was by pushing the pawn, Daniel will capture. Let's try and see. Then instead of capturing, he will come in with his king and then capture with a knight. But you don't assume what the opponent will do because in this case, Daniel could even play here. So let's see what he did after the surprise. Now you're forced to capture. You have to capture. If you don't capture, you lose a pawn, and you have three pass pawn coming on your wing. And those three pass pawn are not a problem. The fact you have to go and dedicate resources to the king side of the board to stop those pawns, you will lose on the queen side of the board because the king will leave you there with your problem and just switch on the other side of the board. So this is what happens when a player overpresses, especially when overpressing is unjustified. Uh, if you don't want to win, you can just take the draw and go. If there's no way to win, you go home with the draw. I mean, there's no shame in it. A draw is a draw. You cannot squeeze a win out of a draw. Now he's losing. He's losing badly too. Uh, well, it's all over the fight. Leroy and Bobby Bala will be the final because if Bobby crosses Leroy, there's no stopping him now. Because I don't think Jacob is in form. So let's see who all have played. Let's leave this game a little bit and try to do some analysis here. We come to the playoff standing on chess result where all of our games are. Right now, Bobby is on. Please tell the arbiters to update the score on chess result so our fans get to see it. You can go to chessresult.com and check for LB Arrow, the code for Liberia, and you get to see all of the games that you guys are playing. Beginning tonight up to the rest day, we will do update of the PGN5, so you get to see the games here as well. But we want to see the tournament leader right now, former champion Bobby Bala. He played James Bidel first, he won. He played Kengo with black, he won. He played Harold Evans with white, he won. He played James Tono today with black, he won. And he played Archie Day and won. The score has not been updated, but we know that he did win this game. So he has to play tough players. He has not played Jacob Jala. I'm not sure the FM is in top form. He has not played Daniel Kolomani. He has not played Leroy Debley. And who else is a tough opponent that he has not played? Joe Wawo. Joe Wawo is not a tough opponent, but in this case, we look for anybody. Get to him up. Okay, so we go back to our share screen to take a look at what has happened in the game. So he captured the pawn because he could not afford a line up pawn to pass. So definitely you can see the CN there is capturing with the king. Wow, this is incredible. What do you tell yourself after throwing away a win that was turned into a draw? You slip, you recover from it, you had a chance to accept the draw, you rejected it, and you still forced. Daniel will be back in the spotlight, and Daniel might play Bobby Bala after Lero. So Daniel might lead Bobby Bala depending on what happens on Tuesday. So for now, I'm expecting Lero to meet Bobby Bala on Tuesday, which will be okay. You can see Daniel warming up. Let's switch camera here so people get to see what is happening. He's laying back. You can see our deputy chief arbiter there, Elijah Dennis, trying to make sure things are going on smoothly. There is no controversy, and in this last game in round five. And I think for now we can switch to the live ball feed, but James Donohan is blocking the ball a little bit, so we will stick to our PGN broadcast on VHS. So in other results, we have on board 10, Moyu won against ABK King or a win on forfeit. Moyu won ABK. My gracious, this is a big game. So let's check this game quickly while Tono tries to figure out his problem, or David, or to figure out the solution to his self-made problem. So I'm surprised by this result because CMAPK is stronger or should be stronger than Monu, and he's playing the white pieces, known to be an attacking player. So let's go to the D4, D5, C4, DC4, knight C3, knight F6, knight F3, E6, G3, bishop G2, castle is coming quickly, good. Uh, what else is new? Nothing yet. What? You see a threat on your queen and you stay there. I don't know why people overlook these things. I do not. Who is facing who here? You see a rook sitting on the opposite side of the fire on your queen and you keep your queen there. I cannot do this. No, no, no. Is there someone pointing a gun to you from across the street? Whether the gun is empty or not, the person is far, he's good at shooting. You don't want to take your chances. You just leave. And the man is building on that fire. You stay there. What? Oh yeah, you have a check. And oh, okay. So two players are playing tactical chess. Tactics versus tactics. And this is how not to play a championship game. You can be tactical or to an extent because it takes just one mistake to ruin all you have been investing your time in, especially playing classical chess. So let's switch to camera one here. So he double and the rook definitely going to come to f1. Uh, Bishop challenges the bishop, capture, capture. But you have to account for this pawn that is on d5. This pawn is definitely a passer and is going to move one day. Therefore, your bishop that is on d6 is now playing like a big pawn. That is not a good way to utilize your bishop. Bishops are important. Plus, rook on second rank can be too flexible. The rook has moved on the second rank. APK has the chance of mounting pressure on the g5. So let's see what went wrong in this game. What is he defending on C6? I mean C3. You should be focusing on mounting an attack. Okay, we have the rook pair against the rook and bishop. How did this go wrong? How? Check. He tried to defend his pass pawn. Ah, he gave the rook for bishop. What is he trying to prove? The pawn is double, and he's threatening the double pawn. And he has no particular advantage in this game, except the fact that he thinks there's no defense here. Pawn will go to D6, D7, and queen on D8. But is this true? Is this true? Let's see. Capture. Now he sees that something could change this. Because in order for the pawn to queen, the rook has to go somewhere. Where will the rook go? So I don't understand the line of reasoning here of our Kennedy master. And we know it's a general principle when you have a pawn that wants to queen and the piece is in the place, you do not take your king from the second rank. Because once you come up, your opponent will check and uses that time to queen. So the king stays right where it is, and you bring this rook right behind this pawn. So having seen this, and I think he saw this after giving his rook for bishop and straightening his opponent double pawn. So Moyu didn't bother even going behind the pawn now. He tried to create his own pass pawn because he's already behind his pass pawn. And now you can go there. I push pawn. What? No, push. Okay, yeah, you have to push, otherwise he queens. Now, who has the pawn advantage? Black is now with one extra pawn. Even one extra pawn in a rook ending is not a win. But for players who play tactically all through, they are not disciplined with these end games because they rarely go to end games. They always finish the game, the opening in the middle, so you don't have the end game experience to handle one pawn advantage, two pawns advantage. Uh, check. He dropped another pawn. Oh, he's not taking it. He has to protect his pawn. That's good. Now he came up. Mo, you play this game very well. Check. Now he's protecting all of the assets. Sounds familiar here. Okay, the final point is about to drop. Oh no, I'll check it. There's no mating trap there. Check. Pawn come. It's done. Check. It's easy like Sunday morning now. Oh God, this is all she wrote. Check from the base. Oh, this is a painful loss. How do you blow game up from this position? No, not even this position. Yeah, this is a clear win in Daniel game. Okay, so let's go to Daniel Colomani on board 3. Daniel and Tono. Let's see how far they have gone. Okay. So Tono gave away the pawns. And let's backtrack a little bit to where we left it. Okay, we left it here. Because Tono push F4, Bole expecting GF4. He is expecting this. So he can come in. But no, Daniel say it's not what you think. I'm going to try to create a pass pawn. So you are forced to capture. Daniel capture. He push, attack the knight, drop back, and he push the pawn. So this pawn here, the children at home, there's no need to worry about the F3 pawn because you are going nowhere. This bishop is like the uh, Cannavaro of this game, one of the finest defenders of all time. He is holding everything on the king side and serving as the fulcrum on the queen side. So this pawn is going nowhere. So you pay attention to things happening here first before you can take a pawn. Now he captures. He goes back. Uh, the game is done at this point. You cannot. This is what we call independent entity in chess. Two pawns around the sixth rank, protecting each other. You do not touch the one behind because the one forward is going. So this is the ticket Daniel been waiting for to start undermining the pawn structure from the back. They will all fall soon. So at this point, I want to say I think Daniel has succeeded in breaking into the structure of his opponent because I will clearly leave this pawn right now. It's done because if you play king, if you play in this position, king to e5, king to e5, king to e5, knight e3, king to d6, knight, knight c2. Oh, but then it's easy. You take your bishop. Yeah, I hope you enjoy your bishop. Creating pass pawn. Oh, okay. But oh no, I don't have anything to capture for now. But let's see once you move. Yeah, that one I push the pawn. Yeah. Bring the knight here. Then I capture. No, yeah, I can't capture. So wait, not from where to B1, not to B1. Why? But the problem now is the queen. There's a queen coming on the board. So you prefer this? Queen? Queen to queen? This is going to be an unfair exchange. No, but who's going to check first? Who's time to play? White, right? How do you solve this? Eh? Okay, let's see the other way. You want to check this way? I like this check. I like this check because I want to force you on h5 so I can do all this with tempo. How you check and capture a point? Oh, okay. Uh, yes. And check is not so strong yet. You get what? Check what? Yeah, but let's see what they are doing because let's go back to live position. But none of these are will be happening anytime soon. But I think this is the live position. All we've been doing are speculation. So what we what we calculated is what happened, right? No, let's go back. Let's see the live position. This is the live position. So it's still not to play again. Let's verify by what we have on the board. Yes. This is a win, my people. A win for white. See the pawn majority. Two extra pawns, right? And the pawns are connected. One of the pawns is on the sixth rank. What more do you need to be convinced that this is a winning structure? The next thing to do here is to stop the knight from coming in by playing bishop to d2. Play bishop to d2, the game is done. The knight will stay away from here, and the knight alone cannot defend this pawn. You need a king to come and help. If the king leaves, you have queen going down the board. Simple win. So if Daniel can find this move next, bishop to d2, that will be all. Let me check my coffee. You stirred it?
Yeah.
Okay.
You want that milk?
No milk, no sugar. Okay, Tono has committed something. Tono just made a move. Let's see what that move. Okay, he played his knight, knowing that the bishop is about to cut him off.
You see, when the time is good, especially when the time going on. Not all the shows, but
Yeah, bishop d2. You will not find it?
you look free.
Why? Why you think so?
You speak Malay. Okay?
Because you found bishop d2. All the thing about worrying about the a3 pawn dropping, you solve all that problem.
How is it there's a point in the middle of black people?
Black winning?
Yeah, black.
Yeah, because if you don't play bishop d2 now, you dropping two things. Either you lose the point, the bishop, or you lose the pawn, and the pawn drop on a3. If you lose the pawn on a3, you will be creating a parcel for black. So right now, forget about all these ideas. Just play a simple bishop to d2. No, you'll find it. Daniel been playing chess for a long time. So bishop d2, what can black do in the case? You drop back, attempt, and now the knight is stuck. If you come up, the guy start to clear the board. Well, I see some moves. I see some moves on the board. Daniel came back with a king? No, I can't believe that. No, never. He found it. He went forward. No, I think we still. Let's go to the live position and see. What is the live position? Oh, I mean, his move is not here yet. I'm seeing the bishop still. Okay, he's writing the move of the opponent before he can play. He found it. Bishop d2. See there on the camera. Don't disrespect or see him, man. The man is a Kennedy master for a reason. Bishop d2 is the only move on the board now. And the opponent now to look and resolve. And the thing about bishop d2, it controls the diagonal up to the protection of the pawns. The pawn chain you have over there, nobody can touch it now. Nothing can happen on the queen side, nothing happen on the king side. Now you can safely march at the back of your opponent pawn chain and start clipping them one at a time. Yeah, man, I got high respect for Daniel's game. I can say he will miss an obvious move like that. Israel, are you still following? Are you still watching the last game?
Yes, I'm watching.
Uh, do you see how the game has transformed? The game James Tono against Daniel Kolumeni on Botiri. Is Vicky Tepa stay around or he has left? You were crap for losing? No. You was draw. Draw is a draw.
Everybody can do it. Everybody just get in your position with keep adding pressure for your own. You know, that you don't be ashamed of myself when you do one champion. Ask him, how you ready for me to shoot for them?
So Daniel take out a face cap, relaxing, clearing the sweat. He knows the job is done.
It's a jump position. And just adding pressure and just keep adding pressure.
Where did he place the knight? Okay, you see, the knight went to c2 as we predicted. Therefore, bishop drive to c1. Simple. Bishop to c1. And now got to come back via e1. Before e1, they now have to come to e1, go back to d3. Within that time, you are behind the pawns. Yeah, he played. Yeah, he just c1. Simple. This is why you say the gameplay in itself. You don't have to think, just respond to the structure you see. This is sad for James Tono. On a big day, he will be going with 0 out of 2. Now, the challenge is how do you fight yourself back into contention with 4 games to go? You have to go 4/4 to finish the tournament. You have to go 4/4. But please tell Elijah to sit on the opposite side so his face can show and he can leave the camera. If there's space on our side, let him sit on our side and look into the camera, and he will not block the book. I'm sure the table is not close to it's not sticking on the wall, right?
Yeah.
There's a space there. He can sit on the side of one of the players. Hmm?
Not can be sure now to be a good people. So it is
But the thing is, you need to know your customer in chess. Daniel is someone who plays often to the end. He plays a lot of end games and usually with minor pieces. To see Daniel in rook and pawn end game you have Daniel either with bishop or with knight and the pawns around you, people struggling to find squares. So you go in that kind of game, keep heavy pieces on the board. Knowing your opponent is the master of the minor pieces. Okay. Now, just as we said, and now we have to go to e1 in order to get d3 within that time.
you need to be a bishop.
You move your no, you need to move your bishop. Yeah, you just need to leave everything now. Now, yeah, now you need to go at the back and capture the pawns. That's all. Right now, d6, king d6 is the move. Mm-hmm. King d6. This is the last try. Knight to D3. If he plays knight to D3, hoping to capture the bishop. For me, when someone is drowning, no need to give the person hope if the person is your adversary. Don't even throw a threat there. Yeah, don't throw a threat. So this is why this is why I will move my bishop. I won't leave the bishop for you to capture. I will move the bishop. You gotta play with your own hand. I'm not helping you. Yeah, just do the bishop small. This is where junior players can be excited. You see your win, you say, let him eat the bishop. I'll eat all the pawn. Before you know the knight coming back, defensively clearing everything from the board, and you start to regret. So there's no rush. Move your bishop from under attack, and you can clean the board with the king from the back. So all of you, do you understand the position on the board? Do you know how to win it? You sacrifice bishop or 2 pawn? No, you don't sacrifice in this case. It's too late to sacrifice. You use the king and clean everything from the back. Use the king and clear everything from the back. That's all you do. You take, move your bishop again. Simple. Just move your bishop. You hit a pawn. If he captures the pawn on G6, G5, it's not costing you anything. Just drop your bishop off. In no position will I advise people to leave their bishop there. Bishop will save in the end if you make mistake. So keep the bishop alive. Let the pawns go. You got a lot of pawns on the queen side to eat. Easier. Drop the bishop back. Simple. So he captures the pawn, right? Take 2 pawns. I will take all the other pawns on the side. So in the end, you will take those 2 pawns. I will clear 3, and you have 4 pawns to deal with. Hmm? It's hard to capture. You got to move the knife first. Who are who? Marvin Mayo, yes. Yeah. You attack the bishop with the knight in order to prepare to capture the pawn. Even at this point, I will not give you the bishop. That bishop will guard one of the pawns to queen. So bishop f2 with the idea of playing bishop to e3. What did he play? Oh yeah, that will go too far. You gotta go way beyond. You take that picture. Hmm? But here's the difference in the position. The king is behind the most dangerous pawn on the board for black. So now you can let the bishop go. Because in the previous position, when the bishop goes, the knight comes and take the pawn on a5. This pawn on a4 will run down for a queen. But now you read there. And who can stop this pawn? You cannot simultaneously capture the bishop, capture the pawn on h6, at the same time stop the pawn on the d5 from queening. That is the impossible trinity in this position. You have to pick a poison. You take the pawn on a6, you take the bishop on e1, or you focus on stopping the pawn that is on the d5 from pointing. You can't have it all. So Tono knows it. That's why he's playing with his hair. He has brought this on himself. It was a drone position since an hour ago. We all would have been home by now, but he thought on pushing. And this is going to be a painful loss, just like the game against Bobby Bala, because he outplayed Bobby Bala, in my opinion. All he needed to do was to play rook rook h1 to c1. Instead, he attacked the queen that was on f6. He played bishop to d4, attacking the queen on f6. So it's a painful loss for our former champion, but I mean he's a strong man. He will recover from this. So he chose one of the three things we talked about. He decided to forgive the bishop and he took the pawn. So now Daniel is going to push again. He's not going to test that bishop. Mm-hmm. Definitely. Push the pawn, and Daniel has already done that.
Yeah.
Uh, you can't touch that bishop. That's why they call diplomatic immunity. You cannot touch that bishop. You cannot touch the bishop. Now the bishop can move and put that knight under control. No, the right move now is, in my opinion, king to b. No, I will save this for later. I will save this for later and play king to b6, followed by king to c7. Forcing now to sacrifice this 7, come back and clean all these pawns. This is another way of doing it because he's trying to provoke knight to d7, and then you can go right to the knight with king to c6. Well, today has been a lively day of chess. That's why we love classical chess. Plays and rapid, the emotions can just go high and low. But this one, you feel the pain coming for a long time before it hits, and people have time to analyze and look into your lines of thinking and get to appreciate more and more the brilliance of whoever or wins the game or sympathize with the loser who loses on error. Uh, for me, it's a content that we cannot easily replicate with any other fast version of chess. So let's see, Daniel is now warming up, exercising his legs, knowing that the job is done. He just needs to take his time, be patient. There is no time trouble. We have 18 minutes on the clock for James Tono and 22 minutes for Daniel. Has he played? Has Daniel played? Oh, yes, he is attacking the bishop. The best move now is to what? Resign.
Never give up.
Hmm? Hmm.
Also, never give up. Doesn't mean that you make it.
As soon as that leaves, you don't even need to push the pawn. You capture pawn.
Get
Create another. Create. Go d7.
what would you?
Yeah. I mean, on first thought, I was thinking about not to d7. I wanted to play king to c6, but I don't like that move now. When you play there, I just capture. A pawn will come and kick you from there. I don't have to do it myself. To capture, huh? For the king, yeah, it's better. So he has not played yet. This is the knife. Yeah, the pawn will defend. So let's create an alternative angle for this broadcast as we conclude. Okay. Now the knight is on d7. Just take a pawn, then take another pawn. I will even take the pawn on the flank, right? The pawn on the e5. No, but you want the pawn to be chained early. So taking this pawn on the c5 is better. What you got? You attack the knight.
Everyone wins, man. Everybody wins. So I know it's fantastic.
Or the knight that quick for the pawn.
And just give like two checks and then you not be able to do
And for me, I prefer capturing pawn. You die by yourself. Capture the pawn, capture the pawn. Your king comes closer. My king gets to your knight, and then bring pawn here. You capture these two pawns. No matter how fast the king runs to come on the side of the board, the pawn will be running down until the knight for the game. Well, at this point, any move wins the game. We're just talking about the most clinical, the most efficient way of finishing the game. So he took the pawn. Simple. You ram the pressure on the opponent by taking the pawn. You got most more pass pawns coming your way. What do? You have to resign. Now the king is coming. The king is coming to the rescue. What do you do? Chase the knight or go for the next pawn? Don't give them a free bishop. Let him work for it. Nothing free. No free bishop. Okay, I was trying to create alternative angles so our viewers get to see the audience we have here. You drop the bishop back, right? You gave the bishop? Push which pawn? Oh, yeah. Gentlemen, stop the laughing now. I think at this point we can switch to.
Esse é meus pais comentavam na tirada a filha tal. Até esse real visão não dá tudo que fazer esse vai igual a visão que sou de pão e vou ter get check how I want to check
Finally, James Dono, former champion, resigned, and this is a bad day at work for him. Uh, he finishes the 3-0-2. Uh, I'm sure he's strong enough to bounce back from this setback. He had a nice game, outplayed his fellow former champion Bobby Bala in round four, and he just overpressed and miscalculated things and lost that game in a disastrous fashion. In this game, I really don't know if he ever had a winning chance, but he stubbornly declined opportunities for a draw, and he ended up losing again. So that does it for today. We wrapping up. Tomorrow is rest day. Monday, uh, May May 5 is going to be a rest day for us, and we will continue on Tuesday with round six. And from Tuesday to Friday, we play one game every day, and we are hoping that sponsors and partners can get involved so we can make this an exciting national chess championship. On that note, I want to say thanks for being there with us. For those who will watch this video later on, please enjoy it. And it's a nice, it's, it's a nice display of chess talent by the top Liberian chess players. These are the guys who represent this country out there, but now they are fighting for national pride. On that note, we want to say thanks to Neve Liberia, New Energy Electric Vehicle Company, uh, Facel Sports, the Ministry of Youth and Sports, the Republic of Liberia. Our sponsors for now. We are looking forward to getting more sponsors involved when we resume on Tuesday after our rest day on Monday. So, without much ado, I want to say thanks for being there and bye bye for now.